Welcome, and thank you for joining tonight. You're here because you want rest, and I want to give it to you. Not in the form of sleep that comes from exhaustion, but in that softer, slower way where your thoughts gently untangle and your body feels heavier with each passing moment. Tonight, we are not wandering deserts with Egyptian gods or gazing at constellations with Greek heroes. Tonight, we are stepping into something different, something at once familiar and strange, the shadowy woods of old Europe, where fairy tales were first whispered. Not the polished, glittering versions that were rewritten for children's books or turned into colorful movies, but the older ones, the stranger ones, the kind that parents used to murmur by the fireside when the world outside was dark and uncertain.
So before we begin, take a moment to let yourself settle wherever you are. If you're lying in bed, feel the weight of your body pressing gently into the mattress. If you're sitting in a quiet chair, let the cushions rise up to support you. Your shoulders do not need to hold anything tonight. You can allow them to soften, to sink, to release. The day has already asked enough from you, hasn't it? Every conversation, every task, every little worry has taken its piece of your energy. Now you're allowed to give it all back.
And the best part? You don't need to hold on to them. Let the tales wash over you. If you drift off in the middle of one story and wake in another, that's how it should be. That's how fairy tales work. They don't demand your memory. They simply leave their impressions. So here we are. The fire is glowing, the forest is listening, and the first story waits at the edge of the clearing. It's the story of a castle where no laughter has been heard for 100 years, where ivy and thorns guard a secret, and where two brothers step forward, eager to test their courage. You don't need to rise, you only need to listen. The story is already beginning, unfolding in the hush of night. Now dim the lights, let your body rest, and let us step together into the first of tonight's long-forgotten fairy tales.
There was once a leather worker who lived at the edge of a village surrounded by deep, whispering woods. His hands were rough from years of stitching and hammering, his back bent from long hours at the bench. Yet his heart was steady, and he worked with the quiet pride of a man who knew how to make something last. Shoes, belts, saddles, bags. He could shape them all, and in every stitch lay a kind of care that only comes from patience. This man had two sons. The older was named Ludwig, broad-shouldered and serious, with a gaze that often drifted beyond the horizon. The younger was Johann, quick in movement, quick in laughter, always eager to find a story in every passerby. Both boys had grown up at their father's side, watching him lean over leather stretched taut across wooden molds, watching him coax something useful out of raw material with only his tools and time. They respected him deeply, but as they came of age, both felt something stirring in their chests, a longing that could not be stitched into shoes or hammered into belts.
Ludwig dreamed of roads. He wanted to see what lay beyond the familiar curve of their forest path, to test himself against the distance. Johann dreamed of voices. He wanted to hear the songs sung in faraway marketplaces, the laughter of strangers, the secrets whispered in other lands. They loved their father, but the small shop with its steady rhythm of work felt to them like a cage made of kindness. One evening, while their father bent over a particularly stubborn boot, a traveler passed through. His shoes were worn nearly to threads, and the leather worker, never one to refuse a stranger, offered to mend them. While the father worked, the traveler rested by the door, speaking idly with the boys. His words fell like sparks into dry kindling. He told them of cities with towers so high their bells rang into the clouds, of rivers wide enough that a man could sail for days and never see the other side, of deserts where the sand sang when the wind blew across it just right. The boys listened, spellbound. Their world, until that moment, had been bounded by trees and paths they could walk in a day. But here was someone who had tasted places that felt like dreams. And then the traveler, almost casually, mentioned the castle. His voice dropped, and his eyes flicked toward the woods as though even speaking of it required caution.
"There is a castle," he said, "deep within the forest, so far in that most men turn back before reaching it. Its windows are dark, its gates overgrown with ivy and bramble, and its halls, so the stories go, are filled with sleepers. Not dead, mind you, sleeping. An entire court enchanted 100 years ago. Kings, queens, servants, guards, all of them trapped in slumber, as though the breath of time itself paused within those walls." Ludwig leaned forward. Johann's mouth opened in awe. Even their father, stitching steadily at the boot, paused a fraction, as if the needle had caught on something more than leather. "Some say," the traveler continued, lowering his voice, "that whoever braves the thorns and wakes the castle will inherit its wealth, its power, its glory. Others say the sleepers are cursed, and any who disturb them will join their endless rest. I cannot tell you which is true, for I have never seen the place myself. But the forest remembers, and so do the old women who whisper by their hearths." The boot was finished. The traveler paid with a few coins, shouldered his pack, and disappeared down the road. But he left something behind, a fire in the minds of two brothers who had never seen beyond the village.
That night, lying side by side on straw pallets, Ludwig and Johann whispered of nothing else. Ludwig imagined pushing through brambles, sword in hand, cutting a path to the gates. Johann imagined stepping into grand halls lined with sleeping courtiers, their garments still gleaming as though the dust of a century had not touched them. In the morning, the sun rose as always, the shop filled with the smell of leather, the sound of hammer on awl. But something had changed. The boys could not settle. Their hands fumbled on simple tasks, their minds wandering again and again to the castle in the forest. Their father noticed. Of course he did. He had lived long enough to see the look in their eyes, the look of men whose hearts were already somewhere else. "You've heard stories," he said one evening, his voice steady as he stitched. "You've heard promises of adventure and fortune, but the woods are not kind. They swallow men who wander too far. They whisper lies, they twist paths. Do not think a tale told by a passing stranger is a guide." The boys said nothing, but their silence was too full of longing to be hidden. Finally, one dawn, Ludwig rose before the light touched the windows. He strapped a small knife to his belt, shouldered a satchel, and nudged Johann awake. The younger brother, still bleary with sleep, needed no convincing. He had been waiting. Together they stepped out, the air cool and damp with morning mist.
They left behind their father's shop, the smell of leather, the sound of tools, the weight of routine. They walked into the forest, chasing a story. The path wound between ancient trees whose trunks were thick with moss. The canopy overhead dimmed the light, turning the morning into twilight. Birds called, unseen. Branches creaked as though shifting in their sleep. The deeper they went, the quieter the forest grew, until even Johann's chatter stilled. Then came the brambles. Thick, twisted vines rose before them, taller than a man, armed with thorns sharp as daggers. They spread in every direction, an unbroken wall of green and shadow. Ludwig reached out with his knife, slicing at the nearest vine. It resisted at first, then snapped with a sound like a sigh. Through the gap he saw it, the faint outline of towers far away, half hidden in the gloom. The castle was real.
They pressed forward. The brambles fought them, clawing at their skin, tearing at their clothes, but the brothers would not turn back. Step by step, cut by cut, they carved a passage. Hours passed, their arms ached, their hands stung, but at last they stumbled out into a clearing. Before them loomed the castle. Its stones were pale with age, its windows shuttered with ivy, its gates bound with silence. The air was heavy, thick with the sense of something waiting. Johann exhaled, a sound half awe, half fear. Ludwig's hand tightened on his knife. "Shall we?" Johann whispered, and Ludwig, with a glance at the gates, nodded. They stepped forward. Inside, silence deeper than the forest itself pressed down upon them. Dust floated in golden beams of light that slipped through cracks. Tapestries hung, faded but intact, and everywhere were sleepers. A guard slumped against the wall, still gripping his spear. A maid lay on the stairs, basket at her side. Courtiers sat frozen in mid-conversation, their lips parted, their eyes closed. Even the king and queen on their thrones sat as though they had only just paused to rest their eyes. Johann shivered. Ludwig swallowed. The castle was not abandoned. It was waiting. And somewhere within these walls, a story older than both of them lay ready to unfold.
The air inside the castle was so still that it seemed to weigh on your chest. Dust motes drifted slowly through the pale beams of light, as though even time itself was reluctant to move forward here. The silence was not the kind of emptiness you might find in an abandoned barn or forgotten ruin. No, this silence was dense, layered, alive with the faint sense of breathing that wasn't breathing, of presence that wasn't presence. Every figure frozen in slumber added to it, until you felt like the very stones were holding their breath. Ludwig stepped carefully across the cracked tiles of the great hall. His boots echoed faintly, and the sound was swallowed almost immediately, vanishing into the hush. Johann, a step behind, glanced nervously at the long rows of figures seated along the banquet table. They were richly dressed, their garments faded with age but still shimmering faintly, as if woven from threads that refused to decay. Goblets sat half-raised in hands gone slack with sleep. A platter of fruit lay on the table, shriveled and dry, yet untouched.
A dog slept at the foot of the throne, its fur turned to stone-like stillness, ribs rising and falling in some eternal, unchanging dream. Johann whispered, "It's as though they all stopped at once, mid-sentence, mid-breath." Ludwig didn't answer. He was staring at the thrones. The king sat tall, though his head was bowed slightly, as if wearied by a crown that had grown too heavy even in dreams. The queen beside him rested her hands in her lap, fingers curled loosely, her eyes closed as if she had only just blinked and never opened them again. Their faces were calm, not twisted in fear or pain, but neither were they peaceful. It was a limbo, caught between wakefulness and death. The brothers walked further into the castle. Each room they entered told the same story, life interrupted. In the kitchens, a cook stood by a great pot, spoon in hand, though the fire beneath the cauldron had long since gone cold. In the stables, horses stood unmoving, eyes shut, muscles locked as though statues had been draped with skin. A boy carrying water from the well had fallen asleep mid-step, the pail balanced miraculously in his hand, the surface of the water unbroken after all these years. Johann ran his fingers along the stone wall, tracing the ivy that crept in through cracks in the window. "It feels wrong," he murmured, "but not evil, almost sad." Ludwig frowned. "It feels like waiting." The deeper they ventured, the stronger the feeling became. The air grew heavier, thicker, carrying with it the faintest scent of roses, though no fresh flowers could be found anywhere. Johann paused at a staircase where a tangle of brambles had pushed through broken windows, curling along the steps like serpents frozen in mid-slither. Their thorns gleamed faintly, sharp and menacing, yet the vines themselves didn't move. They just sat, coiled like guards, daring anyone to climb. "Do you hear that?" Johann whispered suddenly. Ludwig froze, listening. For a moment he heard nothing but the pounding of his own blood in his ears. Then, faintly, so faintly he thought at first it was his imagination, came a sound. Not quite music, not quite a voice, a hum, low and steady, drifting through the air like the vibration of a harp string. It was coming from above. Without speaking, both brothers began to climb the staircase. The brambles scratched at their arms, but they pushed through. The hum grew clearer, a resonance that seemed to vibrate in their bones. At the top of the stairs, a great wooden door stood closed, its surface carved with images of vines and roses. Dust coated the handle, yet the air around it seemed charged, as if waiting for a hand to turn it. Ludwig reached out. The metal was cold against his palm, colder than the rest of the castle, as though all the centuries of stillness had pooled into this one object. Slowly, carefully, he pushed the door open. Inside was a chamber unlike any they had seen so far. The air shimmered faintly, and the hum was louder here, though still too soft to be a true song. Light spilled through a narrow crack in the shuttered window, falling across the center of the room. And there, upon a bed draped with faded velvet, lay a girl. Her hair spilled across the pillow like threads of gold. Her face was pale but untroubled, her lips parted slightly, as if caught between breath and dream. Her hands rested gently upon her chest, and her chest rose and fell in the same slow rhythm as the rest of the castle's sleepers. But she was different. Unlike the others, who looked merely paused, she seemed untouched by time. Her skin was smooth, her dress unstained, her very presence radiating the sense of something both fragile and eternal. Johann let out a shaky breath. "She looks alive." Ludwig couldn't speak. His heart hammered in his chest, though he didn't know why. The hum filled his ears, wrapping around him like a whisper he couldn't quite make out. He stepped closer, drawn as if by invisible strings. "Do you think she's the reason for all this?" Johann asked quietly, not daring to move closer.
Ludwig didn't answer. He reached the edge of the bed and looked down at her. She didn't stir. He could have sworn he saw the faintest tremor at her lips, as if she were about to speak, but no words came, only silence and the hum that seemed to pulse in time with her breath. For a long moment, neither brother moved. The air seemed to thicken, the shadows deepen, as if the castle itself were watching them, waiting to see what they would do. Finally, Johann whispered, "Maybe she's cursed. Maybe if you touch her, you'll fall asleep too." Ludwig swallowed hard. His hand hovered above hers, close enough to feel the cool air rising from her skin. "Or maybe," he said softly, "she's the key to waking them all." The hum grew louder, rising like a heartbeat. Outside the chamber, the castle creaked faintly, as though the stones themselves shifted in anticipation, and the brothers stood at the edge of something larger than they could yet understand.
The chamber seemed to hold its breath the moment Ludwig's hand lingered above the girls. The hum filled the air, vibrating low and steady, a sound that wasn't quite music, but felt like the very bones of the castle were singing. It wasn't loud, but it was everywhere, woven into the dust, the velvet curtains, the ivy climbing through cracks in the stone. Johann shifted nervously at the doorway, as though some part of him feared that even standing here too long would draw them into the curse. "Ludwig," he whispered, his voice hoarse, "this isn't our place. We should leave. We should walk out before—" His words trailed off. He didn't finish, because he didn't know what punishment might come for interrupting a spell that had lasted centuries. But Ludwig didn't move. He was transfixed. The girl was different from the others, that much was certain. The king and queen downstairs, the court frozen in their feast, the cook with his ladle, all of them were like paintings left to fade. But she, her skin looked warm, her chest rising and falling in time with the hum, her presence unyielding to time's decay. It was as though the entire castle had sunk into silence so that she could dream uninterrupted. A dream that seemed to ripple through the walls themselves. As he leaned closer, Ludwig felt something stir deep in his chest. Not love, at least not yet, but recognition. A strange familiarity, like hearing a tune you're sure you've never learned, yet finding your lips can hum it perfectly. "Do you feel that?" Ludwig asked, his voice low. Johann swallowed, hugging himself. "All I feel is that we shouldn't be here. We should go before we're pulled into this too." But Ludwig shook his head. "No, this is why we came. Not for gold, not for crowns. This is the heart of it." The traveler spoke of a sleeping castle, of enchantment. He never told us why. Now we know. She's the reason. The air stirred faintly, though no wind had touched the castle for years.
a petal fell from a long dead rose on the windowsill, drifting soundlessly through the beam of light until it landed near her hand. Ludwig's gaze followed it, and for a moment he thought he saw her fingers twitch ever so slightly. He drew back in shock. "Did you see that?" Johann shook his head. "I didn't see anything. You imagined it. This place is playing tricks on you." But Ludwig was certain. The hum had risen when the petal touched her skin, just a fraction, as though the castle had sighed. And then, from somewhere deep within the stone walls, came another sound, faint at first, but growing clearer. A low groan like timber under strain, or a long, weary exhale. Johann jumped, pressing his back to the door. What was that?
Ludwig's eyes darted around the chamber. The furniture hadn't moved. The girl remained still. But the sound continued, the slow ripple spreading outward as if the castle itself were adjusting after centuries of waiting. It was then that Johann noticed something. The ivy on the walls shifted slightly, the leaves quivering as though brushed by unseen hands. For a moment, the brambles at the edge of the staircase whispered across the stones like restless serpents. The spell was not dormant. It was alive. And now, perhaps, it had noticed them. "Ludwig, we need to leave now." Johann's voice cracked, urgent this time. "Whatever magic this is, it doesn't want us here. It's waking up." But Ludwig couldn't tear his eyes away from the girl. Her lips had parted the faintest bit more, as though she was about to breathe a word. The hum filled his head, drowning out his brother's warning. He reached out again, fingers trembling, until they hovered just above hers. This time, Johann darted forward and grabbed his wrist. "Don't! You don't know what will happen. You could doom us both." Their eyes locked. Johann's full of fear, Ludwig's blazing with stubborn conviction. "She's trapped," Ludwig whispered fiercely. "Can't you feel it? This whole place is bound to her. If she wakes, the castle wakes. If she stays asleep, they all stay asleep. Isn't that worth the risk?" Johann's grip tightened. "And if you're wrong? What if touching her binds you too? What if this curse spreads to us?" For a long, taut moment, the brothers stood frozen in the chamber, the hum vibrating louder, as though pressing them toward a choice. The girl lay silent, poised between their debate, her fate a coin balanced on its edge. And then, before either of them could act, the chamber shifted. The light from the narrow window dimmed, as though a cloud had passed across the moon. But there was no cloud. The light itself bent, warped, thickened, until it painted the walls in strange patterns. The air smelled suddenly of roses and smoke, of incense burned long ago, of something half sacred, half forbidden. A voice whispered through the chamber, not words but tones, a melody. It slid beneath their skin, ancient and low, carrying with it the weight of centuries. Johann stumbled back, releasing Ludwig's wrist. "Did you hear that?" Ludwig nodded, his face pale but determined. "She's calling." The melody lingered, then faded, leaving the hum in its wake, stronger now, faster. The entire castle seemed to pulse with it, as if urging the brothers toward the bed. And then, the door behind them slammed shut. Johann whirled, yanking at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The brambles outside the chamber had thickened, weaving tighter across the frame. They were trapped. Panic surged through Johann's chest. He turned back to Ludwig, who was already leaning closer to the girl again, his hand trembling in the charged air. "Don't do it," Johann cried, his voice cracked with desperation. "This isn't our burden."
But Ludwig whispered, almost as though speaking to her instead of his brother, "If not us, then who? How long has she been waiting?" The hum peaked, a thrumming wave that rattled the dust from the ceiling beams. The girl's chest rose higher, her lips trembling as if about to form a word. The curse was no longer hidden, it was stirring. And with every beat of silence, the choice pressed harder against them. Were they intruders in a spell they should never have seen, or the ones fated to end it? The chamber offered no answer, only the hum, only the waiting, only the eternal breath of a curse that had begun to wake.
The chamber's hum had grown restless, deepening into a low vibration that seemed to rattle the bones beneath your skin. It was not merely sound, it was sensation, a thrumming current in the stone, in the air, in the very fabric of the castle itself. Dust sifted from the rafters above, spiraling lazily downward, each mote catching what little torchlight bled through the cracks of the door. The patterns floated like galaxies suspended in miniature, glimmering for a heartbeat before vanishing into shadow. It felt as though even time itself had paused, leaning in, waiting for something inevitable to arrive. Ludwig stood unmoving at the girl's bedside, his hand trembling just above hers. He had not yet touched her, but the space between them felt charged, alive. His chest rose and fell in shallow rhythm, his lips parted as if caught between prayer and confession. Johann pressed his back against the locked door, eyes darting between his brother and the unmoving figure on the bed. His heart thudded against his ribs, not unlike a fist pounding on wood, each beat sharp enough to echo in his ears. The smell of the chamber was thick, a mixture of old dust, dry stone, and something sweet, something floral that had not been there before. For a long moment, nothing stirred except the tiny flicker of torchlight that leaped through the seams of the chamber door. Johann's breathing slowed in that silence, his body pressing harder against the wood behind him, as if sheer will might keep him tethered to the waking world. But then came a sound. So faint he thought at first it was the hum playing tricks. It was soft, delicate, like the flutter of silk caught in a breeze. A breath.
Not his, not Ludwig's, hers. The girl's lips parted. The barest shift and a sigh escaped. It was so fragile that it could have been mistaken for a settling board, a trick of the air. But Ludwig had heard it too. His eyes widened, his hand lowering until it hovered just above hers. "She's waking," he whispered, his voice broken with awe. Johann's stomach clenched. His throat burned with the sharp taste of dread. "No," he rasped, shaking his head. "No, don't you see? It's the curse. That's not her. That's the spell speaking through her." His voice cracked on the word curse, splintering into the stillness like glass against stone. But Ludwig only shook his head, his gaze never leaving the girl's face. "It's her," he whispered, as if reassuring not Johann but himself. "She's alive. She's waiting." The hum grew louder, reverberating now not only through the walls, but through the air itself. It pressed against their skin, filled their lungs, threaded itself into their blood. The ivy that clung to the chamber walls began to tremble, though no wind stirred. Its leaves shivered in rhythm with the hum, curling, tightening, then loosening again, as if the vines themselves were breathing. From somewhere deep within the castle came a sound, faint, distant, yet unmistakable. A chair scraping against stone, a goblet clattering to the floor, voices caught in mid-laughter, resuming now in distorted echoes. The spell was stirring. What had been frozen for centuries was waking in fragments, like a shattered mirror piecing itself together. And then the scent arrived. Roses. It was not the musty rot of brambles that had strangled the castle's gates,
but the heady fragrance of fresh blooms, their petals red and full. The aroma seeped into the chamber, cloying, intoxicating, filling their noses, their throats, their lungs. It wrapped around them like velvet, both tender and suffocating. Johann gagged against it, but Ludwig inhaled deeply, eyes half closing as if intoxicated. The girl stirred again. Her lashes quivered, her lips shifted, parted wider this time, and from them came sound. Not a sigh, not a breath, but a word, a name. Ludwig. The whisper was faint, barely audible over the hum, but it was there, clear. Ludwig gasped. His name, spoken by lips that had not moved in centuries. His knees weakened, his heart threatened to burst. His brother's voice, sharp with panic, cut through his trance. "No!" Johann cried, pushing away from the door, stepping forward with fists clenched. "She doesn't know you. She can't know you. It's the curse, Ludwig. It's luring you in." His voice cracked again, raw and desperate, but Ludwig did not falter. Tears pricked his eyes as he stared down at her. His lips trembled. He whispered, "She called for me. She knows me." His fingers lowered, trembling, until they hovered above hers. He hesitated for one heartbeat, maybe two. Then he closed the space. His skin met hers. The hum shattered. The sound died all at once, silenced so abruptly the absence ached. The air stilled, the rose's fragrance vanished, leaving only the sharp sting of stone and stale air. Dust froze mid-spiral. The chamber held its breath. For one suspended instant, the world was nothing but Ludwig's hand pressed against hers. Then the castle roared. It began as a groan, deep and guttural, the sound of stone splitting under strain. The walls shook, the floor lurched. Johann stumbled, clutching at the bed frame to stay upright. Ivy ripped free from the walls, writhing like serpents before collapsing into heaps. Every torch outside the chamber door flared into flame, their golden light flooding through the cracks. And in the bed, the girl gasped. Her eyes flew open. They were not soft or dazed or filled with gratitude. They were burning. Ember smoldered in their depths, glowing with centuries of dreams distilled into something sharp and furious. In one violent motion, she sat upright, her hand clamping onto Ludwig's with the strength of iron. He choked on his breath as her grip cut into his skin. "You should not have come," she said. Her voice was layered, 1,000 voices folded into one, each whispering, echoing, filling the chamber. Ludwig recoiled, but he could not break free from her grip. Who are you?" he stammered. Her gaze burned into his. "I am the dream," she whispered, "and now so are you." The hum returned, this time furious, electric, vibrating through every stone of the castle. Johann clutched his ears, stumbling back until he hit the locked door, his mouth opening in a silent cry. The girl's grip tightened, and the world began to dissolve. The chamber walls stretched and warped, the ceiling spiraled upward into darkness. The floor beneath Ludwig softened, melted, until it became shadow. Johann lunged forward, but the space between them elongated, stretching into an endless corridor. His brother's face blurred, pulled away, swallowed by the growing dark. Roses bloomed in the air around Ludwig, hundreds, thousands of them, their petals fluttering in a storm. Their fragrance turned sharp, metallic, tinged with blood.
The hum rose to a scream, and Ludwig's cry joined it as the darkness consumed him. Then silence. The bed was empty. The girl was gone. Only Johann remained, collapsed on his knees, his fists pounding against the floor. His voice broke, ragged with terror. "Ludwig!" The chamber gave no answer. The torches dimmed. The ivy lay dead upon the ground. The curse had chosen, and it was not yet finished.
The silence that followed was heavier than the roar had been. Johann knelt on the cold stones, his body trembling, every breath scraping in his throat as though the air itself had turned to ash. The bed where his brother had stood was stripped bare. Its silken sheets collapsed inward like an abandoned cocoon. Dust floated where Ludwig had been a heartbeat before, settling with quiet mockery across the empty mattress. The chamber no longer thrummed with power. Instead, it sulked, hollow, a shell emptied of its secret. But Johann could still feel the echo. His bones remembered the vibrations. His skin remembered the crackling heat. He pressed a palm to the stones as if to reassure himself they were real, solid, unyielding. They were, and yet they were not. A whisper drifted across the chamber. Not words, something softer, something thinner, a hiss, a sigh. His head snapped upward, eyes wide, scanning the room. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, bleeding out of the walls, the ceiling, the shattered ivy that lay lifeless on the ground. He swallowed hard, his mouth dry as parchment. Ludwig? The name cracked from his lips, small and desperate. But no brother's voice answered, only that whisper, curling like smoke, swelling until it formed a shape he could almost understand. Not his name, not Ludwig's, another word entirely. Stay. His breath hitched. He stumbled backward until his shoulders slammed against the door once more. His fists pressed hard into the wood, as if by sheer force he could push through it, vanish, escape. But the door did not yield. It held him as firmly as the castle had held its curse for centuries. The air chilled. His breath fogged in front of him, thin clouds dissolving before his eyes. Somewhere above, stone shifted. A single drop of water fell from the ceiling, striking the floor with a sound far louder than it should have been, as though the castle wanted him to hear every detail, every heartbeat. The bed groaned. He froze, slowly, painfully. His eyes slid back toward it. The sheets stirred, not from wind, not from any hand he could see, but as though someone invisible had sat down upon them. The weight pressed the fabric inward, shaping the imprint of a figure that was not there. His heart slammed against his ribs. "No!" The whisper broke out of him before he could stop it. The sheets rose, then fell again, smoothing themselves as though nothing had disturbed them at all. But Johann's eyes watered, his chest heaved, because he knew what he had seen. He knew what it meant. The curse had not taken his brother alone. It lingered. It waited. With a violent shove, he twisted against the door, his fists hammering it until the bones of his hands throbbed. "Let me out!" His voice cracked, swallowed by the chamber silence. "You've taken him! Isn't that enough?" The walls did not answer, but the torches did. Their flames guttered, shrinking until they were no more than embers. The chamber sank into shadow, shapes bending, stretching, elongating across the floor like talons reaching toward him. He pressed tighter against the door, the wood biting his back, his fists trembling. And then, in the deepest quiet, he heard it. Laughter.
Faint, distant, carried on the stones, not the laughter of a girl, nor the laughter of his brother, laughter older, harsher, thin as glass, yet sharp enough to cut. It echoed through the chamber as if coming from far away, and yet also as if whispered directly into his ear. He clamped his hands over his head, crouching low, rocking against the door. "No," he muttered, "no, no, no." But the laughter only grew. The walls shuddered, the ceiling trembled, dust rained down in heavy clouds, choking him as he coughed and gagged. His chest burned, his body shook. The sound clawed into his skull, scraping against his bones. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Silence again, but not peace, because when he opened his eyes, the bed was no longer empty. Lying atop the silken sheets was a figure, not the girl, not Ludwig, something else. Its form shifted like smoke, half visible, half hidden. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, not red, not gold, but something stranger, something that reminded him of moonlight reflected on water. Cold, distant, unearthly. He could not move, could not breathe. The figure tilted its head slowly as if studying him. Its lips did not part, but the whisper slithered into his mind all the same. "Stay," he whimpered. His body crumpled inward. He shook his head over and over until the motion blurred his vision. "No," he rasped. His voice was thin, broken, but it was his. "No, I won't." The figure tilted its head the other way. Then, with slow, deliberate grace, it raised one hand. Pale fingers stretched toward him, reaching, curling. The shadows around its body deepened, pouring like liquid off the bed, creeping across the stones toward his feet. He yanked his knees upward, pressing them against his chest, trying to make himself smaller, unseen. But the shadows crawled closer, inch by inch. And then, the door behind him clicked. The lock released. Johann's breath caught. His head snapped around, disbelief widening his eyes. His hand shot for the handle, twisted, shoved. The wood gave way, swinging inward with a long, moaning creak. Beyond it lay only more shadow, more hallways, but it was escape. It was freedom. He did not hesitate. He hurled himself through the opening, stumbling into the corridor beyond. The door slammed shut behind him, the echo chasing him as he staggered forward, gasping, shaking, tears streaming down his face. He did not dare look back. The castle's corridors twisted before him, endless, shifting, every archway yawning open into new shadows. But he kept running. His feet slapped against stone, his lungs burned, his chest heaved. He did not know where he was going, only that he could not stop. Not now, not ever. And behind him, faint, almost too soft to hear, the whisper followed. "Stay." The corridor swallowed Johann whole. Stone walls pressed close, their surfaces slick with damp, and the ceiling seemed to breathe with each flicker of the torchlight. He moved blindly, his hands skimming the walls, his steps uneven, desperate. The echo of his own footfalls chased him, multiplied and distorted until he could not tell if he was alone or being pursued by a crowd of unseen figures. The whisper had not left him. It clung like a second heartbeat, always present, always steady. Stay. Not louder now, not softer, just steady, patient, as though it knew he could not run forever. He stumbled, his shoulder slamming into a column carved with curling vines and leaves. Dust showered from above, and he caught his breath in ragged gasps. His legs ached, his chest burned, but still he pushed forward. Every step carried him deeper into the castle, not out of it. Yet still he ran, because if he stopped, he feared he would hear laughter again. The corridor twisted, forked, split. He turned without thought, his body steering on instinct, driven by terror rather than reason. One turn led him into a gallery where faded portraits lined the walls. Their eyes glinted in the half-light, following him, unblinking, unmerciful. Another turn led into a hall where statues stood fentanyl, cloaked in cobwebs, their stone hands stretched out as though to snatch him as he passed. He ducked low, skidding along the floor, dust rising in clouds. And then the smell changed.
The air thickened with incense, heavy and cloying, like flowers left too long in the sun. It clung to his tongue, his throat, until he gagged. His stomach twisted, and he stumbled into another chamber, larger than the rest. The floor gleamed with marble veined in gold. The walls rose high, impossibly high, vanishing into shadow. At the far end of the hall, a single dais stood, and upon it, a scale. It was vast, taller than Johann himself, crafted of black stone so polished it reflected the torchlight. Chains hung from each arm, suspending two shallow bowls that gleamed faintly, though he could not tell what metal they were made of. One glowed faintly with warmth, like embers banked in ash. The other shimmered with a colder light, sharp and silvery, like a blade kissed by the moon.
The sight rooted him to the floor. His breath slowed. His body went still. He did not know why he was here, did not know what had drawn him into this chamber. But he knew, somehow, that this place mattered. This was not just another empty room in a cursed castle. This was the heart of something older, something waiting. The whisper grew. It filled his ears until his skull throbbed. Not one voice now, but many, murmuring together, overlapping like the rustle of countless leaves. He clamped his hands over his ears, but it did nothing. The scales shifted. Chains creaked. The bowls swayed, slow and deliberate, though no wind touched them. His heart stumbled, then raced. And then a sound rolled through the hall. Not laughter this time, not whispers. A single word, deep as thunder, low as earth itself. Way.
He staggered backward, shaking his head. No, he croaked, his throat scraped raw. No, I won't. The scales groaned again, louder, insistently. The bowls tilted, then leveled, then tilted again. Something unseen demanded balance. Something demanded judgment. And in that instant, Johann understood. This was no ordinary hall. This was a place of reckoning. His heart lurched as realization dawned. He was not just running. He was being brought, drawn, herded like prey into the core of the curse. A figure appeared at the dais. Not the girl, not Ludwig. Something else entirely. Its form towered, cloaked in shadow, its face hidden beneath a jackal's mask. Tall ears rose from its head, gleaming faintly in the dark. Its eyes glowed with a steady, pitiless light. The figure raised a hand, and Johann felt the command strike him like a physical blow. Approach.
His legs moved against his will. He stumbled forward, every muscle screaming, every thought begging him to stop, to turn, to flee. But the command was stronger. His body betrayed him. Step by step, he crossed the marble floor until he stood before the scale. The figure gestured. Johann's chest clenched. The whisper filled him until he thought he would burst apart. His vision swam, his heart thundered, and then the shadow spoke again, voice scraping through him like stone grinding stone. Your heart. His breath caught. His hands clawed at his chest as though to protect it. No, he gasped. No, you can't. But his body betrayed him once more. His hands rose without his consent, pressing to his chest, pulling, tearing. Pain ripped through him, sharp and searing, yet dreamlike, unreal. His scream echoed high into the rafters as his chest burned, split, opened. And there, glowing in his trembling palms, was his heart. It pulsed faintly, wrapped in a light both red and gold, fragile, small, alive.
Chains creaked, metal groaned, the bowls rocked back and forth, unsteady, uncertain. His breath caught, his tears fell, his chest ached with emptiness. The scale groaned again, louder, deeper, and then it stilled, balanced.
The shadow figure tilted its head as though surprised. It lingered a moment longer, its glowing eyes fixed on him. Then it spoke one final time, its voice a whisper that rumbled like thunder. Not yet. The figure dissolved into mist. The dais shuddered. The scale crumbled, collapsing into dust, scattering across the floor. Johann staggered backward, clutching the gaping hollow in his chest, his vision fading. The whisper still swirled in his ears, patient, eternal. Stay. And the chamber fell silent. Silence pooled in the vast chamber, thick as the dust settling over broken stone. Johann stood alone, chest hollow, his body trembling from exertion and fear. He clutched at the emptiness where his heart had been, yet somehow he still lived, still breathed. The absence pulsed like a phantom limb, leaving him lightheaded, unmoored. The scales lay shattered before him, their fragments glinting like scattered stars across the marble floor. The shadowed figure with the jackal's mask was gone, dissolved into vapor, leaving no trace except the echo of its words. Not yet. The phrase rattled through his mind as if carved into the marrow of his bones. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, his palms scraping against cold stone. The whisper still circled, softer now, less insistent, yet no less real. Stay. Always that word, always that command. He pressed his forehead against the ground, wishing for one fleeting moment that it would all simply end, that the castle might swallow him whole and silence the voices forever. But silence never came.
Instead, another sound rose, a faint trickle, like water slipping over stone. He raised his head. Across the hall, beyond the crumbled dais, a doorway yawned open where none had been before. From it poured a dim glow, soft and golden, accompanied by the gentle rush of unseen water. Johann dragged himself to his feet, unsteady, leaning on the wall for support. Every step felt wrong, as though his body was a hollow vessel, animated by something not entirely his own. He moved toward the light, drawn not by choice, but by inevitability. The whisper guided him, nudging, coaxing, urging him closer. The doorway led into a corridor unlike the others. Gone were the damp stones and suffocating air. Here the walls shimmered with mosaics, fragments of gold and azure pieced together in scenes that pulsed faintly, as if alive. Figures danced across the tiles, gods with falcon heads, women with wings for arms, lions rearing, serpents coiling. Their eyes glowed faintly, following his movements with quiet hunger. The sound of water grew stronger. The passage opened into a chamber vast as a temple. A river flowed through its center, wide and black, its surface smooth as obsidian. The golden glow reflected upon it, rippling faintly with the current. Along its banks stood tall reeds, whispering without wind, their tips bending toward him as though in greeting. He froze at the threshold. The river was wrong. It did not carry water, not truly. It carried images, shadows of people, faces, lives. They drifted by, mouths moving soundlessly, eyes blank, their bodies dissolved into mist as the current bore them along. Johann's breath caught in his throat as he recognized some of the faces, men and women from his village, children he had played with, strangers too, their faces contorted in fear or serenity, but all alike in their silent passage. The river of the dead. He did not know how he knew its name, but the knowledge filled him all the same, inevitable and absolute. This was the boundary, the crossing, the path no living man should walk. And yet here he stood, hollow-chested, heartless, watching the souls drift past him as though he too belonged among them. From the far bank, a sound rose. The soft scrape of claws on stone. His body stiffened, his skin crawling with dread. Slowly, he turned his gaze across the river. There, crouched low at the water's edge, waited a creature half hidden in shadow. Its body was long and sinewy, its back hunched, its tail coiled tight like a serpent ready to strike.
He caught the gleam of scales, the twitch of a feline paw, the ripple of crocodile hide. And then the head lifted. Eyes burned with hunger, teeth glinted, sharp and many. Amit, the devourer of souls, the beast whose maw gaped wide for those unworthy, who fed upon hearts too heavy with sin. Johann froze, rooted in terror, as the creature's gaze fixed upon him, unblinking, unyielding. The whisper in his ears faltered, just for an instant, as though even it feared her. The beast sniffed the air, her nostrils flaring. Her body shifted, muscles rippling beneath mismatched flesh, claws scraping as she lowered herself toward the water. The surface quivered, reflecting her monstrous form in broken fragments. And then, to his horror, Johann saw it, his heart. There, drifting down the river among the countless souls, pulsed the glow of red and gold he had laid upon the scales. It bobbed faintly, carried by the current toward the far bank, toward her. Amit rose to her full, terrifying height, eyes blazing as her jaws opened. A growl rolled out, low and guttural, vibrating through the chamber walls. Her gaze fixed not on the river, not on the drifting souls, but directly on him. Johann's knees weakened. His body screamed to run, but where? Behind him lay the shattered hall, the endless corridors, the whispers that would never let him go. Before him stretched the river, the monster, and his own heart, his very being, floating toward destruction. The whisper returned, louder, urgent, nearly frantic. "Stay! Stay!"
He staggered to the water's edge. The souls brushed past his feet, dissolving into mist as they touched him. He reached out with trembling hands, desperate to grasp the glow of his heart before it reached the monster's jaws. His fingers skimmed the current, burning with cold, but the heart remained just out of reach, carried onward, unstoppable. Amit stepped closer, her shadow stretching long across the water, her mouth opening wider, teeth glinting like ivory daggers. The whisper did not command now, it pleaded. "Stay." Johann screamed, plunging his arm into the river, his body jolting with a chill so sharp it pierced his bones. Souls clung to him, whispering, clawing, begging, but he forced his hand deeper, reaching until his fingers brushed against the glow of his heart. Amit lunged. Her body crashed into the water, her jaws snapping shut with a thunderous crack. Spray erupted, shadows scattered, and Johann felt his hand close tight around his heart. Pain seared through him, blinding, unbearable, but in his fist he held it. He clutched it to his hollow chest, gasping, choking, tears streaming.
The beast's roar shook the chamber. The river boiled, the mosaics on the walls writhed, the souls wailed in unison. Johann stumbled back, collapsing onto the bank, heart pressed to his chest. And then, silence. Amit froze, her jaws still dripping, her eyes burning with fury. But she did not cross the water. Slowly, deliberately, she sank back into shadow, her body melting into the far bank, her growl fading into the dark. The whisper softened again, almost tender now. "Stay." Johann lay trembling, clutching his heart, his breath shallow and ragged. The river flowed on, unbothered, indifferent, carrying its endless parade of souls. The mosaics glimmered faintly, their gods watching in silence. And Johann realized, with a hollow shiver, that this was not the end. This was only another trial. The castle had not finished with him yet.
The chamber still hummed with the echo of Amit's roar, vibrating faintly in the walls and floor, as though the castle itself remembered her presence and shivered at the memory. Johann lay sprawled against the riverbank, his chest heaving, his trembling hand still pressed over the cavity where his heart had once been. It pulsed faintly under his palm now, fragile as an ember snatched from a dying fire. He could feel its rhythm, shaky but present, as though his body was trying to decide whether to claim it again or reject it forever. The river flowed on. Souls drifted past, their whispers brushing his ears like cold breath. He tried to ignore them, but each one tugged at his mind, faint pleas and half-formed words that clung to him, even as they disappeared into mist. He wanted to scream at them, tell them to leave him alone, but his voice caught in his throat. In this place, words felt dangerous, like any sound might call the beast back. The whisper in his head grew quiet, not gone but subdued, almost satisfied. "Stay," it said again, softer than before, as if amused by his defiance and his survival. The word carried no urgency now, only inevitability. He hated it. He hated how much of his strength seemed tied to that voice, hated how it lingered in every thought, wrapping around him like smoke. Johann forced himself to his feet. His body resisted, heavy and weak, but the embers of survival still burned in him. He looked across the river once more, half expecting Amit's monstrous shape to re-emerge from the shadows, but the far bank remained empty. Only the reeds swayed, whispering secrets in a language older than memory.
A path glimmered faintly along the riverbank, its stones wet with condensation, glowing with the same golden shimmer as the mosaics. Johann followed it, each step dragging, his body aching from the cold grip of the river. He pressed his heart tighter against his chest, as though fearing it might slip away again, stolen by the current or swallowed by the beast. The path wound deeper, the air thickening with the scent of wet earth and something sweeter, honey perhaps, though laced with rot. The mosaics along the walls shifted with every flicker of light, their figures rearranging themselves when he wasn't looking. Once they showed gods seated in judgment, then, in the corner of his eye, they became beasts tearing into human forms. He stopped looking after that. Eventually, the path widened into another chamber. This one was smaller, more intimate, and unlike the others, it seemed untouched by ruin. Torches burned with steady flames, casting a warm glow across polished stone. At the center stood a pedestal, low and unadorned, upon which rested a single object, a scale, smaller than the one he had shattered, its surface gleaming as though untouched by time. Johann's legs froze. He felt the weight of inevitability pressing down on him again. The whispers grew louder, circling like vultures. This was another test.
He approached slowly, each step echoing like thunder in the stillness. On the pedestal beside the scale lay two objects, a feather, pale and luminous, and a shard of obsidian so black it seemed to swallow the light around it. His breath caught in his throat. He had heard of this judgment, though never as more than a fireside tale. The heart weighed against the feather, the soul's fate decided in silence. The feather gleamed faintly, impossibly light, fragile as breath. The obsidian pulsed darker, as though alive, as though something inside it yearned to be free. He glanced at his own hand, trembling around the faint glow of his heart. He had no choice. The test demanded it. He placed the heart on one side of the scale, the feather on the other. The balance shifted slowly, agonizingly, as if reluctant to reveal its verdict. The heart glowed brighter, struggling, its rhythm speeding as though resisting the weight of the feather. The scale dipped, tilted, then steadied. Equal. A sharp, ringing note filled the air, neither sound nor silence, but something between. Johann flinched, his ears burning, his teeth aching with the vibration. The mosaics shimmered, their figures bowing their heads as though acknowledging the outcome. His heart pulsed steadily now, no longer weak, no longer faltering. For the first time since the shadow stole it, he felt whole, not healed, not free, but whole enough to stand. And yet, the obsidian still lay on the pedestal. The whisper hissed in his ear. "Take it." He recoiled, shaking his head. But his hand twitched anyway, drawn to the stone, to the darkness inside it. He didn't want it, but the castle seemed to want him to have it. The torches flickered, the mosaics shifted, the air thickened with expectation. His fingers curled despite himself. He touched the stone. The moment his skin brushed its surface, the chamber plunged into shadow. The torches guttered, the mosaics dissolved, and the river roared back into existence, filling the room with the sound of rushing water. He stumbled backward, clutching the stone in one hand and his heart in the other, trapped between two impossibilities. From the darkness, a shape rose. Not Amit this time, something taller, broader, cloaked in shadow and crowned with flame. The figure stepped forward, its presence filling the room with suffocating heat. Johann tried to look away, but his eyes locked onto its face, if it could be called that. It was a mask of shifting fire, features indistinct, yet somehow it felt familiar, as though he had seen it carved into temple walls or whispered about in prayers. The voice came not in a whisper, but a roar. The word shook the chamber. The stone in Johann's hand pulsed, burning his palm. He dropped it, but it clung to him, fused to his flesh, spreading veins of black across his skin. His heart pounded, struggling, resisting, but the darkness crept closer, seeking to bind the two together. Johann screamed, clutching his chest. The figure loomed, fire licking higher, shadows crawling outward. The river boiled again, faces wailing as they dissolved into steam. The scales shattered behind him, shards scattering across the floor, and then silence. The figure vanished. The river drained away. The mosaics reformed, their gods watching in silence once more. Johann lay on the ground, panting, his hand scorched, the black veins creeping up his wrist like chains. His heart still glowed, weak but alive, pressed desperately against his chest. The obsidian was gone.
but its mark remained. The whisper returned, softer now, almost pleased. "Stay." And Johann realized, with a shudder, that the castle was no longer testing him. It was binding him. Piece by piece, it was reshaping him, just as it had reshaped those who drifted down the river, those who whispered from the walls, those who had become part of its endless, shifting heart. And he had no idea how much of himself was left to lose.
The silence that followed was suffocating, heavier than the roar of the river or the beast's growl or even the fire-crowned figure's command. Johann stayed on the floor for what felt like an eternity, his cheek pressed against the cool stone, his breath shallow and ragged. His burned hand throbbed where the black veins crept like roots, pulsing faintly with every beat of his heart. He dared not lift his head, afraid of what might still stand over him, afraid that if he moved, the whisper would grow louder, become more than a voice. But the chamber remained still. The torches burned evenly. The mosaics sat motionless on the walls. He pushed himself upright, using the unburned hand to steady himself against the pedestal. The smaller scales were gone now, the pedestal bare, as if mocking him for completing a test only to be punished with another curse. He stared at his hand, flexing his fingers slowly, wincing at the strange stiffness spreading through his wrist. The veins weren't just black, they shimmered faintly, like obsidian dust ground fine and threaded through his skin. He wanted to claw them out, tear them free, but every attempt only sent a jolt of searing pain through his arm. The chamber air shifted. It was subtle at first, a ripple, a faint stirring, but then Johann realized he could hear something. Not whispers, not roars, voices, clearer than before. They were coming from a doorway that hadn't been there when he entered. He turned.
The far wall of the chamber had split open, revealing an archway framed with twisted stone, as though the castle itself had grown new bones to make a passage. Beyond it lay darkness, not empty, but alive, filled with faint threads of light that curled and drifted like smoke. Johann felt the tug of them instantly, pulling at the mark on his hand, pulling at his chest, where the heart still beat against his palm. He didn't want to go. Every instinct screamed at him to run in the opposite direction. But there was no opposite direction. The path he'd followed to this chamber was gone, swallowed by the walls. The castle, as ever, offered him only one choice: forward. He stepped into the archway. The darkness swallowed him whole, and the stone beneath his feet vanished. He staggered, arms outstretched, expecting to fall, but he didn't. Instead, he floated, suspended in a space that felt both infinite and suffocating. Threads of light coiled around him, brushing his skin, tugging gently at his hair, his clothing, the burned veins on his hand. Each one hummed faintly, like a plucked string, and as he listened closer, he realized the hums were words. Stories. Each thread carried a story, whispered and sung, half-formed and fragile. Some he recognized: the judgment of Osiris, the wanderings of Ra, fragments of tales he'd heard in passing, older than any memory. Others were alien, their languages strange, their cadences unfamiliar, but he could feel the shape of them even without understanding the words. They wrapped around him, pulling him along, weaving a net that carried him deeper into the void.
Johann drifted, powerless, until one thread wrapped around his wrist, clinging to the black veins. It pulsed, brighter than the rest, dragging him downward. He fought against it, twisting his arm, but the thread only tightened, pulling harder until the darkness gave way beneath him. He landed hard, his knees striking stone. When he lifted his head, he was no longer in the void. He was in a forest. Tall, dark trees surrounded him, their trunks straight and impossibly tall, their branches interlocking overhead like a cage. Moonlight filtered through, faint and silver, casting long shadows across the mossy floor. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Somewhere distant, an owl hooted, the sound echoing through the woods like a warning. Johann rose slowly, every muscle taut with suspicion. This wasn't the judgment chamber. This wasn't even the same castle. But the burned veins on his hand pulsed, reminding him that he hadn't left it behind. Whatever this place was, it was part of the same curse. A path cut through the forest, narrow and winding, its edges marked with stones so old they'd crumbled into moss. He followed it cautiously, the silence pressing close, broken only by the occasional rustle in the undergrowth. The trees leaned in the further he walked, their branches lowering until they scraped against his shoulders, their bark whispering as though gossiping about his presence. Then he saw it. Through the trees ahead, faint light glowed, warm, golden, steady. He moved faster, branches tugging at his sleeves, roots grasping at his boots, until he broke into a small clearing. At its center stood a cottage.
It looked almost absurdly ordinary compared to the horrors he'd endured. A squat little house with wooden shutters, smoke curling from the chimney, and a soft glow spilling from the windows. A fence circled a small garden where herbs and wildflowers grew, their petals catching the moonlight. It looked safe, too safe. Johann froze at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding. He had been here long enough to know the castle's tricks. Nothing was ever what it seemed. And yet, there was something about the cottage that tugged at him. Not like the obsidian's hunger, not like Amit's roar. This tug was gentler, quieter, like the promise of rest. He approached slowly, his boots crunching softly against the gravel path leading to the door. The light in the windows flickered, as though responding to his steps, inviting him closer. He reached the door, raised his hand, and hesitated. The veins on his wrist pulsed. He knocked.
The door creaked open on its own, swinging inward to reveal a room lit by a single lantern. Wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, and the walls were lined with shelves crammed with jars and bundles of herbs. A fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the floor. And in the center of the room stood a table. Upon it lay an apple, red as blood. Johann's breath caught. He knew this story. Everyone knew this story. The apple glistened in the firelight, its skin flawless, its surface so smooth it seemed unreal. Beside it sat a knife, its blade dull with age, as though it had been waiting centuries for this moment. The whispers returned, louder now, swirling through the room. They weren't the river souls, they were different, older, more theatrical, carrying the cadence of a tale told countless times.
He stepped forward, his shadow stretching across the table, reaching for the apple before he could stop himself. The veins pulsed again, the apple gleamed brighter, and Johann realized, with a sinking dread, that he had been pulled not just into another chamber of the castle, but into a story itself. The castle wasn't finished testing him. It was forcing him into the tales it held, binding him to their scripts, twisting him into their rhythms. And this was only the beginning.
The apple glowed faintly in the dim light of the cottage, its skin shimmering as if it were breathing. Johann's hand hovered just above it, fingers trembling, the black veins on his skin pulsing faintly as though urging him to take the fruit, to end this strange journey with one decisive bite. But something deep within him resisted. Every lesson the castle had carved into him whispered warnings. He had been lured by promises before, and every time kindness had revealed itself to be a snare. He pulled his hand back sharply, pressing it against his side. For a moment, he half expected the apple to vanish like mist, to reveal itself as just another illusion. But it did not vanish. Instead, it pulsed brighter, as though sighing with disappointment, its glow spilling across the table. The knife beside it scraped faintly against the wood, moving just enough to catch his eye. And then the room shifted. The cramped little hut dissolved into something vast and ornate. The walls stretched outward, the low beams arching into a vaulted ceiling hung with tapestries embroidered in gold and crimson. The hearth roared with fire, shadows leaping across the stone floor. Tables appeared where there had been none, groaning with platters of roasted meat, sweet cakes dusted with sugar, flagons of red wine glistening like rubies. Silver gleamed on the shelves, goblets caught the firelight, and the air grew thick with the smell of honey, cinnamon, and smoke. At the far end of the hall, a figure emerged. She was tall, her posture regal, her every step measured. A gown black as midnight clung to her form, its fabric heavy with jewels that caught the flames and scattered them like stars. Her skin was pale as ivory, her lips painted a deep glistening red, and her eyes, sharp, unblinking, dark as obsidian, were fixed upon Johann. She wore no crown, yet she did not need one. Power radiated from her like heat from a forge. He knew her immediately. The queen, the stepmother, the woman who had peered into her mirror and demanded to know who was fairest of them all. The woman whose envy had teeth sharper than wolves and claws longer than hawks. The woman who had ordered Snow White's death. She stopped before the table, her gaze never leaving his face, and in a voice smooth as silk and cold as a blade, she said, "You've come to my hall. Sit, eat, be my guest." Johann's throat tightened. He wanted to refuse, but his tongue felt bound. He realized with a jolt of dread that he had been drawn inside the story itself, and stories had rules. To refuse her command would be to break the tale's rhythm, and the castle would never allow that. Slowly, stiffly, he lowered himself into the chair nearest the table. The queen reached out with long, elegant fingers, caressing the apple as though it were the most precious thing in the world. She lifted it with reverence, holding it up so its crimson skin gleamed like blood in the firelight.
"This," she whispered, her voice curling through the air like smoke, "is beauty distilled, desire wrapped in red skin. One bite,
and all your troubles end. No more curses, no more fear, no more suffering. Her gaze flicked deliberately to Johann's hand, lingering on the dark veins etched across his skin. Her smile widened, sharp and knowing. For a moment, Johann's breath caught. The promise was so tempting, so terribly sweet. Could it be true? Could a single bite erase the castle's poison from his body? Could it undo the curse that had followed him since he stepped into this place? The apple seemed to glow brighter, as if echoing his thoughts. But then, faintly at first, he heard it. Another voice, higher, softer, filled with innocence. It rose like a distant song, threading through the stone walls and firelit air. A girl's laughter, light and gentle. Snow White. She was not here yet, but her presence lingered, stitched into the fabric of the tale.
The queen placed the apple on the table before Johann, the knife gleaming beside it. "Choose," she said. The silence stretched taut as a bowstring. The fire popped. The scent of roasting meat and honey grew suddenly cloying, sickly sweet, making Johann's stomach turn. The whispers grew louder, Snow White's laughter tangled with the queen's low murmur. Johann's hand moved, hesitant, shaking, but not toward the apple, toward the knife. His fingers curled around the hilt. The black veins surged in response, but instead of tightening, they pulsed with strange energy. The blade shimmered faintly, its dull edge sharpening to a dangerous gleam. He raised it, the weight heavy but grounding in his grasp. The queen's smile faltered, just slightly. "Careful," she purred, though her tone was taut now, stretched thin. "Knives are dangerous things." The walls trembled, the hall flickered, shadows leapt higher, and then, in a blink, the grand feast vanished. The roaring hearth, the tapestries, the silver, all gone. Johann was back in the tiny cottage, the lantern swaying gently, the fire low. The apple sat before him, ordinary and still, the knife dulled once more in his hand. The queen was gone, her voice dissolved into silence, but the whispers remained. Snow White's story was waiting. The apple rolled from the table, thudding against the wooden floor. It bounced, once, twice, and came to rest at the open threshold of the door. Beyond it, a path stretched into the dark forest, bathed in silver moonlight. The trees bent low as if watching, their branches whispering among themselves. Johann rose, still clutching the knife. The veins on his hand pulsed, gently, almost in approval. He stepped across the threshold, the night swallowing him whole. The forest was different now. The air was sharper, charged with something electric. The ground was damp, soft with moss, each step sinking slightly, as though the earth itself wished to claim him. Whispers drifted between the branches, louder now, pulling him deeper, and then the path widened into a clearing. There, bathed in moonlight, stood a girl. Her skin was white as snow, her hair black as ebony, her lips red as blood. She bent over a basket, gathering herbs with delicate fingers, humming a soft tune that floated on the breeze. The sound was so pure, so innocent, that for a moment Johann forgot the knife in his hand, forgot the curse crawling under his skin. He simply listened, spellbound, as though the song could mend every broken part of him.
Snow White,
Johan's chest tightened. He wanted to call out, to warn her, to tell her not to trust the forest, not to trust the woman who would come bearing poisoned gifts, but he could not. The story had rules, and in this story, he was not Johan. He was the huntsman. A shadow stretched across the clearing, his own, knife in hand, long and looming in the moonlight. Snow White straightened, sensing something, and turned. Her eyes met his, wide and curious, innocent, unaware of the danger standing at the edge of the trees. The whispers swelled. The castle tightened its grip. Johan realized with a shuddering dread, the castle was no longer just showing him these stories. It was forcing him to live them, to carry out their darkest parts. Snow White smiled softly, unafraid. "Who are you?" she asked, and Johan's grip on the knife trembled. The story of Snow White had begun.
Snow White's eyes were wide, curious, and utterly unafraid as she looked toward the shadowed figure standing at the forest's edge. The moonlight framed her delicate features, her lips red as a drop of fresh wine, her hair cascading like a river of ink over her pale shoulders. She carried herself with the grace of someone who had never been told to doubt the world, someone who had never imagined that harm could come cloaked in such silence. Johan felt his throat tighten, as though invisible fingers had clamped around it. He gripped the knife more tightly, though his hand trembled so violently that the blade's edge caught the moonlight in erratic flashes. He wanted to shout to her, to warn her that she was in danger, that this moment was not as innocent as it seemed, but no words came. The castle had set its stage, the script already written, and Johan understood with a sinking dread that he was now inside the role of the huntsman. The tale demanded he obey. Snow White tilted her head slightly, the faintest smile touching her lips. "Are you lost?" she asked gently, as if the sight of a ragged stranger stepping out of the forest were nothing unusual. Her voice was soft, filled with kindness, yet underneath it Johan thought he could hear a question trembling. "Why are you here? Why do you carry a blade?" He wanted to drop the knife, to let it fall uselessly into the moss at his feet, but his body refused. The black veins crawling across his hand pulsed like a second heartbeat, binding him to the story's dark current. He stepped closer, each movement heavy, his boots sinking into the soft earth. Snow White did not move away. She stood still, her basket of herbs cradled in her arm, her dark eyes reflecting the silvered glow of the moon. "You're not from the village," she said at last. It wasn't a question. Johan swallowed hard. "No," he managed to rasp, though his own voice sounded strange in his ears, distorted by the castle's grip. She took a cautious step toward him, as if trying to study him more closely. "Then why have you come?"
Johan opened his mouth, but no answer emerged. Instead, the forest itself seemed to answer for him. The branches overhead shivered, though no wind blew, whispering like conspirators. A voice rose among them, faint but clear. The Queen's voice, curling like smoke through the leaves.
Kill her, it whispered. Spill her blood and cut out her heart. Bring it back to me. Snow White did not hear the command, but Johann did. It throbbed through his bones, his muscles tightening under its weight. The knife felt suddenly heavier, dragging his hand upward as though pulled by unseen strings. He staggered closer, the shadows swallowing him until he stood only a few paces away. Snow White gazed up at him, confusion flickering across her features, and for the first time, fear beginning to edge into her eyes. Her lips parted as if to speak, but Johann raised the knife, his arm trembling, his breath ragged. The veins on his skin glowed faintly, eager, hungry. He could feel the story pressing in on him, urging him to strike, to play his part, to complete the Queen's command. But something deep inside resisted. Snow White's gaze met his, steady even in fear. Her innocence, her purity, the strange calm that radiated from her. These things anchored Johann, pulling him back from the brink. He thought of the Queen's feast, the poisoned apple gleaming like a heart torn from a chest. He thought of all the illusions the castle had spun, all the traps it had laid. And he thought of the young woman before him, who had done nothing but sing softly in the moonlight. With a cry, Johann wrenched the knife away, driving it not toward Snow White, but into the moss at his feet. The blade sank deep into the earth, quivering as though furious at being denied its purpose. The veins on his hand pulsed violently, then faded, as though sulking at his defiance. Snow White gasped softly, her hand flying to her chest, her eyes wide with both terror and wonder. "You're not going to hurt me," she whispered. Johann shook his head, his breath ragged. "No," he said, voice hoarse but firm. "Run, run far from here. Don't look back." For a moment, she hesitated, but something in his tone, desperation mixed with sincerity, convinced her. Snow White dropped her basket, herbs scattering like tears across the grass, and fled into the forest, her pale figure vanishing among the trees. The clearing grew silent. Only the knife remained, jutting from the earth like a warning. Johann fell to his knees, clutching his head, as the Queen's voice hissed through the branches again, shrill with fury. "You disobeyed me," she seethed. "You think you can twist my tale? You think you can change the ending?" The forest quivered, the trees groaning as if under great strain. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, swallowing the clearing, twisting around Johann like living ropes. The voice grew louder, echoing from every corner of the night. "Very well. If you will not obey, then you will suffer her fate alongside her." The ground beneath Johann cracked, splitting into a jagged wound that exhaled foul air. He staggered backward, the knife still glowing faintly where it stuck in the moss. From the fissure rose black smoke, curling like the fingers of some monstrous hand, and in that smoke, Johann thought he saw the Queen's face, her eyes burning with hatred, her lips twisted into a cruel smile. "You cannot run," she hissed. "The story will always play itself out." The smoke surged forward, engulfing him.
Johann gasped as the world dissolved once again, the forest vanishing, the moonlight snuffed out. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in another place. A small cottage nestled at the edge of the forest, its windows glowing warmly with lamplight. The smell of freshly baked bread drifted from the chimney, mingling with the faint scent of wood smoke. The door creaked open, and 7 small figures appeared in the threshold, their eyes wide and wary. Dwarves. Snow White was with them now. She stood among them, her face flushed from running, her hands clasped nervously before her. The dwarves glanced from her to Johann, their expressions shifting between suspicion and curiosity. Johann staggered, still reeling from the queen's fury. He wanted to call out, to explain himself, but before he could speak, Snow White stepped forward. "She saved me," she said simply, her voice steady. The dwarves looked at each other, murmuring in low voices, then nodded. They ushered Snow White inside, the door closing behind them. Johann was left alone in the twilight, the faint glow of the cottage warming the darkness like a lantern in the void. He wanted to follow, to step inside and find safety, but the story had other plans. The path beneath his feet shifted again, pulling him forward, deeper into the tale. The queen was not finished. Somewhere, she was preparing her disguises, an old peddler with laces, a comb dipped in poison, and at last the gleaming apple. She would come again and again, relentless, until Snow White's innocence was smothered. And Johann knew, with a sinking weight in his chest, that the castle would force him to witness every attempt, every deception, every brush with death. He was no longer just a wanderer lost in a cursed castle. He was bound inside the stories themselves, doomed to walk their darkest paths until the final page was turned. The whispers rose around him once more. The tale of Snow White was far from over.
The queen's fury did not fade with the night. Even as Johann staggered away from the dwarf's cottage, the air around him quivered with her anger, the branches rattling in sympathy with her rage. He could feel her presence stalking him like a storm cloud, pressing against the edges of his thoughts. Every breath he drew tasted faintly of her malice, as if the very wind had been steeped in poison. And she was already plotting. The tale of Snow White did not stop with the huntsman's mercy. The queen was relentless, her vanity too fragile to allow her stepdaughter's survival. The mirror had spoken once, and in her mind it would speak again. Snow White was still alive. Snow White was still the fairest. And the queen would not rest until the forest whispered no more songs of her beauty. Johann could sense it, the way the air shifted, carrying with it an image not of the gentle clearing or the safety of the dwarf's cottage, but of the queen's chamber. The glassy surface of the mirror rippled like water, reflecting a face twisted with jealousy. "Mirror, mirror on the wall," she hissed, her words slicing the silence like a blade. "Who is the fairest of them all?" The pause that followed was almost cruel in its length. Then came the answer, calm and unyielding. Snow White. The queen's hand clenched the edge of the table so hard the wood cracked. Her reflection wavered in the mirror's depths, her own face paling against the truth. Alive? Still alive? The mirror, bound to its honesty, gave no further comfort. Snow White lived, tucked safely away in the care of 7 little guardians. But safety in fairy tales is always temporary. The queen's rage ignited into determination, her mind whirling with plots and disguises. If her beauty and power could not win, then deceit would. She shed her royal silks, wrapped herself in rags, and painted her face with shadows until even her own reflection might have hesitated. From her chest, she drew the first of her tools, a corset lace, long and shining, dyed with subtle magic, a lace that could steal the breath from a girl's chest. Johann, dragged along by the castle's curse, watched in horror as the scene shifted once again. He stood at the edge of the dwarf's cottage, the glow of the hearth inside spilling into the dark. Through the small window, he saw Snow White bustling about, humming softly to herself, the dwarf's laughter echoing faintly as they prepared for their day's work in the mines. When they left, they warned her, voices earnest and fatherly. Do not open the door for no one. Beware of strangers. Do not speak with peddlers or travelers. Johann nodded dutifully, her wide eyes sincere. But innocence is a dangerous shield. As the dwarfs vanished into the trees, Johann felt the queen's presence descend like a vulture. He turned and saw her approaching, now disguised as a humble old woman with stooped shoulders and eyes that gleamed far too sharply for her age. Her basket rattled with trinkets and laces, each one glinting faintly with enchantment. "Pretty wares, fine wares," she croaked, her voice gravelly but sly. She rapped on the cottage door with knobby knuckles. Johann's throat tightened. He wanted to rush forward, to warn Snow White not to answer, but the story held him fast, freeing him to the shadows. He was not a player here, only a witness, cursed to watch as the tale unfolded again and again. The latch lifted. The door creaked open. Snow White's face appeared, cautious at first, then softening at the sight of the frail old woman. "Child, what a shame it is to see such beauty hidden beneath a bodice so loosely tied. Come, let me lace you properly. A fine figure deserves fine laces." Snow White hesitated. Johann wanted to shout, to scream, but the words choked in his throat. The queen's disguise was too perfect, her tone too disarming. Slowly, Snow White stepped aside, allowing the old woman into the cottage.
Johann's fists clenched uselessly. The queen's hands moved quickly, far too quickly for someone of her apparent age. She wound the lace around Snow White's slender waist, tugging tighter and tighter still. Snow White gasped, her breath stolen, her face paling as her body folded beneath the merciless grip. The corset constricted like a serpent, the girl collapsing to the floor, motionless. The queen's laughter filled the room, cruel and sharp. She leaned over the limp figure, her voice a hiss of triumph. "Now you are no longer the fairest. Now you are nothing at all." She slipped from the cottage as swiftly as she had come, leaving Snow White crumpled on the floor. Johann staggered forward, the spell finally loosening enough for him to move. He pushed the door open, rushing inside, kneeling beside Snow White's still form. Her lips were parted, her eyes closed, her chest unmoving beneath the cruelly knotted laces. For a moment despair clawed at him, but then the forest stirred again. The dwarfs' voices rang out, approaching from their day's labor. They entered, their faces blanching at the sight of their beloved companion lying motionless. With frantic hands, they tugged at the laces, cutting through the knots, loosening the grip. And then, life. Snow White gasped, her chest rising sharply, air flooding her lungs. She coughed, then opened her eyes, dazed but alive. Relief washed over Johann, though the queen's shadow still lingered. He knew this was only the first attempt. The dwarfs comforted her, their voices stern with warning. "Beware, dear child. The old woman was no stranger. She was your stepmother, the queen. She will return. Do not open the door again." Snow White nodded tearfully, promising to obey. But fairy tales are merciless in their cycles. Promises alone do not break them.
Days passed in strange suspension, though Johann could not tell how many. The castle did not measure time like the world outside. It bent hours into minutes, stretched minutes into days. But when the queen returned, disguised once more, Johann knew immediately. She came this time with a comb, golden, ornate, its teeth soaked in poison so subtle it glittered like dew. Again she stooped, again she disguised herself, and again she knocked on the cottage door. Snow White hesitated longer this time, her hand hovering over the latch. She remembered the dwarf's warning, her lips trembling as though repeating it silently to herself. But kindness outweighed caution. She opened the door, and the queen slipped inside once more. "Such hair," the old woman crooned, fingering Snow White's long, dark locks. "A crown of silk deserves a comb of gold. Let me gift this to you, child, as a token of goodwill." Johann pressed his hands against the window, his breath fogging the glass. Snow White smiled faintly, enchanted by the gleam of the comb. She allowed the woman to place it gently into her hair. The poison worked swiftly. Snow White's body stiffened, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed once more. The queen's laughter echoed cruelly. So easy, so foolish. She fled again, vanishing into the forest shadows. Johann burst inside, his voice raw. But the dwarfs were already returning, their cries filling the cottage. They pulled the comb from her hair, casting it into the fire, where it hissed and cracked. Slowly, Snow White stirred again, her chest rising with breath, her lashes fluttering open. Twice now she had died, twice she had returned. Johann knelt beside her, his hands trembling. "Don't trust her," he whispered desperately. "No matter the disguise, no matter the gift, don't trust her." Snow White's eyes met his, filled with tears. "Why does she hate me so?" she asked softly. Johann had no answer. The dwarfs comforted her once more, their voices stern with warning. "This will not end. She will come again. You must not let her in." Snow White nodded, more solemnly this time. But deep down, Johann knew the tale's cruel rhythm had not yet reached its crescendo. The queen would not stop at laces or combs. There was still the apple, and the apple was always fatal. The cottage grew quiet again, the dwarfs retreating to their work, Snow White resuming her daily tasks with wary caution. But Johann could not rest. He knew what was coming, and he knew the story would not allow him to intervene. He would be forced to watch, helpless, as innocence was tested once more. The queen was already preparing her final guise. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Days drifted by, if they could be called days at all in this place where time looped like a restless dream. The dwarves rose early, their pickaxes gleaming as they set out for the mines, their small voices humming songs of work and warning. Each time they turned at the doorway, their faces shadowed by worry, reminding Snow White, "Do not open the door. Do not listen to strangers. Do not trust gifts." She nodded faithfully, her lips pressed tight. But Johann knew, with the dreadful certainty of someone who has seen the pattern before, that the warnings would not be enough. Fairy tales spun their threads with merciless precision. Every act, every disguise, every attempt was part of the story's machinery, and it would keep turning until the apple arrived. The cottage itself seemed to share in the tension. Its beams creaked like tired bones, its little windows fogged with the weight of caution. Johann spent his hours pacing the edge of the clearing, glancing often at the door where Snow White lingered inside. She busied herself with small tasks, sweeping the hearth, baking simple bread, humming to the birds that perched on the windowsill. There was sweetness in her gestures, but it was sweetness that pained Johann, for it was so trusting, so open to the world. She moved as though she believed kindness would shield her, as though her innocence was armor strong enough to deflect envy and malice. But Johann had seen otherwise. He had watched her fall once from the queen's laces and again from the poisoned comb. He had seen her breath stolen twice, her body crumpled on the floor like a discarded doll, and he knew the queen was not finished. Even as he tried to soothe his mind with the rhythm of the dwarves' work songs, the memory of the mirror gnawed at him. Somewhere, back in that shadowed chamber, the queen still whispered her ritual words, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall." And always the answer echoed like a curse, Snow White. Her fury was not quenched. Her vanity was not broken. It was sharpening instead, honing itself into a blade more subtle than laces or combs. The queen began her final craft. Johann felt it before he saw it. The wind carried the scent of fruit, sweet, sharp, enticing. His heart clenched. He turned, and there she was, cloaked in yet another disguise. Not a frail woman this time, but a kindly peasant wife, plump-cheeked and smiling, with a basket tucked against her arm. The apples within gleamed like captured stars, red and green, their skins flawless, their fragrance intoxicating. One apple, however, was different. Its blush was too perfect, its sheen too bright, as though it had been polished by wicked hands. Half of it held the queen's spell, steeped in death. The other half remained harmless, a cruel trick to allay suspicion. Pretty apples, ripe apples, the disguised queen called, her voice lilting like a nursery rhyme. She shuffled toward the cottage, her steps steady, her smile too wide. Johann's pulse thundered. He rushed to the door, pounding his fists against the wood. "Don't open it," he shouted, his voice raw with desperation. "Snow White, please, don't." Inside, Snow White hesitated, her hands trembling. She remembered the dwarves' warnings, remembered the huntsman's mercy, remembered the sting of breath stolen and the weight of collapse. Her heart pounded in her chest. Through the window she peered at the old woman. The figure seemed so harmless, smiling, cheerful, offering nothing more than fruit. Snow White opened the window just a crack, her voice soft. "I cannot let anyone in. The dwarves forbid it." The queen's smile widened, her tone dripping with false kindness. "Oh, child, who said anything about coming in? I only ask that you look upon my apples. Here, see how fair they are. Taste is believing, and you need only open your mouth, not your door." Johann slammed his palms against the windowpane, his voice breaking. "Don't. It's her again. Can't you see it? It's the queen."
But the curse held him fast. Snow White could not hear him as clearly as he hoped. His words fell into the dream like haze, muffled, twisted, half vanished before they reached her ears. The queen drew an apple from her basket, holding it up to the light. The sun caught on its skin, making it glow with a red so deep it looked painted with blood. She pressed it against the edge of the window, offering it with a soft laugh. "Here, take just one bite," she crooned. "Such beauty deserves sweetness." Snow White wavered. She glanced at the apple, then back at the woman's warm smile. "The dwarf said not to accept gifts," she whispered. The queen chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Oh, but child, if you fear, I shall take the first bite myself." And with that, she sank her teeth into the white half of the fruit, chewing theatrically, her eyes twinkling with satisfaction. She swallowed, then smiled, showing her empty mouth. "See? Harmless, only delicious." Johann's stomach lurched. He knew the trick. He knew the apple's poison was divided, half deadly, half benign.
Snow White's eyes softened. Her hunger, her trust, her innocence, all conspired against her. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out through the narrow window, her fingers brushing the apple's skin. "No!" Johann cried, his voice shattering the still air. He pounded the wood until his knuckles bled, but the door would not yield. He was a prisoner of the story, forced to watch. Snow White lifted the apple to her lips. For the briefest moment, she hesitated, as if she felt the tremor of fate in the air. The birds outside fluttered, their wings restless, their chirps urgent. But then she smiled faintly, reassured by the woman's seeming kindness, and took a bite. The effect was immediate. Her lips parted in surprise, the fruit slipping from her fingers. Her face paled as if all color had drained in an instant, her body stiffening before she collapsed, lifeless to the floor. The apple rolled across the boards, leaving a faint stain of red where it touched. The queen's laughter rang out, cruel and triumphant. She straightened, her disguise shimmering as though it could no longer contain her glee. "At last," she whispered, her voice like ice. "At last, the fairest is mine again." She turned and disappeared into the forest, her basket swinging empty at her side. Inside the cottage, silence reigned. Johann stumbled forward, falling to his knees beside Snow White. Her skin was cold, her chest still, her lips tinged faintly with the hue of the apple. No dwarfs came rushing in this time. No quick remedy waited in the shadows. The story had reached its cruel peak. He pressed his forehead to the floor, his fists clenched in helpless grief. "I tried," he whispered. "I tried to stop it." But the tale had no mercy. When the dwarves returned at last, their cries shattered the silence. They lifted her gently, tears streaming down their bearded faces. They tried to loosen her dress, to call her name, to revive her as they had before. But nothing worked. Snow White was gone. The dwarf's grief was endless. They would not bury her, for her beauty remained untouched, her skin as fair as snow, her lips still red, her hair still black as ebony. They crafted a coffin of glass and gold, placing her gently inside, so all might see her perfection, even in death. They carried her into the clearing, setting her beneath the open sky, where birds wept in their songs, and the forest bowed its branches in mourning. Johann stood apart, his heart hollow. He wanted to shout at the dwarves, to tell them it wasn't over, that fairy tales had twists yet to come. But his voice was gone, swallowed by the curse. All he could do was watch as the glass coffin glistened in the sunlight, a shrine to innocence, stolen too soon. The queen believed herself victorious. But stories have a way of punishing cruelty, even when it seems triumphant. Johann knew this was not the end. Not yet.
The clearing was hushed, as if the entire forest bowed in sympathy. Birds no longer sang their bright songs. Instead, their voices softened into plaintive notes, mourning in delicate tones. The dwarves moved quietly, their once joyful chatter silenced. Where they had laughed and worked together, they now kept vigil beside the glass coffin that held Snow White. Day after day, they gathered around her. Sometimes they spoke softly, telling her of their labors as though she might still hear them. Other times, they simply sat in silence, their heads bowed, watching the rise and fall of sunlight across the glass. Her face never changed. Her lips remained the color of summer roses,
her skin pale but glowing as though lit from within, her dark hair spilling like silk across the pillow. It was this unchanging beauty that bound them. They could not place her in the ground, could not cover her with earth. She seemed only to sleep, and so they left her above, sealed in a coffin made of glass and edged with gold, where they might keep her close and honor her each day. Johann drifted around the edges of their sorrow. He watched the dwarves kneel, their calloused hands pressed to the glass as they whispered their grief. He saw how they placed flowers at her side, plucked fresh from the meadow each morning, violets, daisies, and tiny wild roses. At night, they lit candles, their flames flickering against the coffin's surface, throwing halos of light around Snow White's still form. But no matter how much they mourned, she did not stir. The forest adjusted to her presence, as though it too had chosen to keep her memory alive. The grass around the coffin grew greener, the flowers brighter. Animals approached in reverent silence, deer stepping delicately between trees, rabbits sitting at the edges of the clearing, their ears pricked forward. Birds alighted on the coffin's rim, peering inside with curious, sorrowful eyes, as if expecting her to awaken. Johann's own grief ran deeper than words. He circled endlessly, drawn again and again to the sight of her lying within that transparent shrine. His heart ached, not only with helplessness, but with rage against the story itself. It felt cruel to weave such beauty only to destroy it, to make innocence and trust the very weapons used against her. Yet even in the bitterness, he noticed something. Snow White was not decaying, she was not fading. Days slipped into weeks, weeks blurred into months, and still she remained untouched by time. It was unnatural, miraculous. The glass coffin was not merely preserving her body, it was keeping her in a kind of suspended state, a pause in the cruel rhythm of mortality. The dwarves did not speak of this openly, but they felt it too. Sometimes, when they returned from their labors, their eyes flickered with hope. They leaned over her, searching for any sign, a twitch of her finger, a flicker of breath, the faintest sigh, but none came. And so they lingered, resigned yet unwilling to give up. Seasons turned. Autumn cloaked the forest in russet and gold, leaves drifting down to blanket the clearing. The dwarves brushed them away each morning, keeping the coffin gleaming. Winter followed, draping the trees in silver frost. Snow gathered on the glass until the dwarves swept it clear, revealing her still face beneath. Spring bloomed again, then summer, and still she lay unchanged. Time itself bent strangely around the coffin. Years might have passed, or only days. It was impossible to tell.
One evening, as dusk settled and the forest hummed with the soft lull of night creatures, the dwarfs gathered as usual. They set their lanterns around the coffin, their small flames glowing like a circle of stars. One of them, his beard streaked with silver now, leaned forward and whispered, "She looks no different than the first day we placed her here." Another nodded solemnly, as though she waits for something, or someone. Their words struck Johann with an uneasy truth. Fairy tales rarely ended in silence. They demanded resolution, demanded closure, whether joyous or tragic. And though Snow White lay in what seemed to be eternal sleep, the story was not finished. It would not allow itself to remain still forever. The dwarfs began to guard her more fiercely. They took turns keeping watch, not only out of devotion, but out of fear that the queen might return. Though she believed herself triumphant, her vanity was insatiable. Johann imagined her still, standing before her mirror, asking her hateful question, needing to hear herself confirmed as the fairest of them all.
For as long as Snow White existed, there remained a threat to her pride. And so the dwarfs grew weary but vigilant. They slept in shifts, their small figures curled in chairs beside the coffin, their hands often resting on its golden frame. They whispered stories to her, little fragments of their day, tales of the mines, of the treasures hidden deep underground. They sang to her, voices rough but tender, carrying tunes that seemed to echo through the forest like lullabies. Johann watched all of this, his chest aching with a kind of bittersweet reverence. It was love, not romantic, but pure devotion that held her aloft through time. The dwarfs could not save her, but they could refuse to let her be forgotten. Then, one day, footsteps entered the clearing. The sound was unfamiliar, firmer, heavier, not the small scuff of dwarf boots, nor the soft tread of animals. Johann turned and saw a figure emerging through the trees. A man, tall and cloaked, his bearing noble, his expression both weary from travel and struck with awe as his gaze fell upon the coffin. It was the prince. He moved slowly, reverently, as though he feared breaking the stillness that wrapped the clearing. His eyes widened as he drew near, taking in the sight of Snow White within her glass chamber. He reached out, hesitated, then let his hand hover just above the surface. "She is," his voice caught, quiet with wonder. "She is more beautiful than any tale could describe." The dwarfs stirred from their vigil, rising to their feet. They regarded him cautiously, protective of their silent ward. "Who are you?" one demanded softly. The prince bowed his head, his voice humble. "I am a wanderer who has heard whispers of a maiden who sleeps in the forest, preserved as though time itself obeys her. I did not believe the tales until now." He gazed at Snow White, his eyes filled with something deeper than curiosity. "If you allow me, I would take her with me, not to bury, not to forget, but to honor, to keep her safe within my halls, where she will be cherished and remembered." The dwarfs exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. They had sworn to guard her always, but the prince's words were not unkind. They sensed his reverence, his sincerity. Still, hesitation weighed upon them. Johann held his breath, his heart pounding. He knew the story well enough to see where it was leading. The prince was not an intruder. He was the final piece of the tale, the one who carried the thread toward its long-awaited resolution. The dwarfs spoke quietly among themselves, their voices low. At last, the eldest stepped forward, his expression grave. "We have watched over her for many seasons. We cannot bear to part with her. But if your heart is true, perhaps it is time her story moved beyond this forest." The prince bowed deeply, gratitude in his eyes. "My heart is bound already. She will be my treasure, not as a possession, but as the soul of my kingdom." With careful hands, he and the dwarfs prepared to lift the coffin. They moved with reverence, each step deliberate, as though carrying a holy relic. The glass shimmered in the fading light, Snow White's face serene within. Johann followed closely, his chest tight with anticipation. He knew that fate stirred just beyond the horizon. The coffin would not remain sealed forever. The tale was winding toward its final twist, its long-awaited release. Snow White's story was not yet done. Not by far.
The coffin was heavy, not only in its golden frame and thick panes of glass, but in the weight of what it contained. The dwarfs had grown used to it resting in their clearing, unmoving, a fixed part of their world like a shrine. But now, with the prince insisting on carrying it to his castle, the burden shifted, literally and figuratively.
They lifted it together, small figures straining at one side, while the prince bore most of the weight on his broad shoulders. The forest seemed to hush as they moved. Leaves whispered against each other. Branches creaked, and the path opened as though acknowledging that something sacred was passing through. The animals who had kept silent vigil now followed at a distance. Deer stepping lightly, foxes slinking between tree trunks, birds circling above in solemn flight. Even the wind softened, its breath gentle as it stirred Snow White's dark hair through the coffin's glass. The dwarfs walked slowly, their faces etched with grief and resolve. Each one cast backward glances toward the clearing they had tended so faithfully, as though reluctant to abandon it. It had been their chapel, their place of mourning, their connection to Snow White's gentle spirit. Now it was empty, and they carried her into the unknown. The prince, for his part, moved with reverence. He had only just met her, or perhaps had only just beheld her, for no words had passed between them. But something within him felt anchored to the maiden. He could not tear his gaze away from her serene face, from the stillness that seemed at once lifeless and yet overflowing with life. As they descended the slope and reached the forest's edge, the sky deepened into twilight. The first stars appeared, pricking through the blue, glimmering like scattered candles. Their faint glow caught the coffin's surface, turning it into a lantern of sorrow. Snow White's face gleamed within, pale as moonlight, untouched by time. The journey stretched on. They passed through meadows where wildflowers swayed in hushed reverence. They crossed streams whose waters whispered around their boots, reflecting the coffin's golden edges. Villagers along the way paused in their work to watch in silence. Farmers leaned on their tools. Children clutched their mothers' skirts. Travelers removed their hats. The sight of the coffin and the still maiden inside stirred something primal in every witness, a mixture of sorrow, awe, and hushed wonder. "Who is she?" people whispered. "What miracle keeps her so beautiful, even in death?" The prince did not answer. He kept his eyes forward, his jaw set in quiet devotion. Days passed like this, each step measured, each mile filled with silence, broken only by the sound of boots on stone and the creak of wood. The dwarfs, though weary, remained at his side. It was as if they feared that letting go, even for a moment, might cause Snow White to vanish, as though she belonged neither wholly to the living nor the dead, but to some fragile place in between. One evening, as they camped beneath tall pines, the prince dismissed his attendants to rest. He alone sat beside the coffin, staring at Snow White through the glass. His voice was low, trembling, but sincere. "I do not know your story. I do not know what cruelty placed you here, caught between worlds. But I know this: you have changed mine. Even without speaking, you have bound my heart."
He reached out, placing his hand gently against the glass, his fingertips aligning with hers beneath the transparent barrier. "If I must carry you forever, then so be it. You will not be forgotten. You will not be abandoned."
His words carried no expectation of response, yet in that moment, the forest itself seemed to lean closer, listening, as though the world held its breath. When morning came, they resumed their journey, but fate had grown impatient. Fairy tales, after all, resist stagnation. They bend and shift until resolution arrives. And so the turning point came not with grandeur, but with a stumble. One of the dwarfs, weary and bowed under the strain, tripped on a hidden root. The coffin jolted sharply, tilting forward before the others could steady it. Inside, Snow White's body shifted. Her head rolled gently to one side, her lips parting ever so slightly. A sound followed, soft, barely perceptible. A gasp, like the first rush of air into lungs long forgotten. Her chest rose, then fell again, shallow but alive. A flicker passed across her face, a tremor at the corners of her mouth, the faintest flutter of her eyelids. The dwarfs froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. The prince dropped his end of the coffin to the ground and rushed to kneel beside her, his hands pressing against the glass as though willing it to dissolve. Another breath. A cough this time, harsh and sudden, shaking her body. And then, spat from her lips, a small fragment of the poisoned apple dislodged by the jolt, rolled against the glass before settling near her cheek. The dwarfs gasped, their beards bristling, their eyes shining with tears. "She lives," one whispered, his voice breaking. "By the heavens, she lives!" Snow White's eyes fluttered open. At first they were clouded, unfocused, her gaze wandering through shadows. But then they steadied, fixing on the prince kneeling before her, his face etched with awe and trembling hope. Her lips parted, and in a voice hoarse but sweet, she whispered, "Where am I?" The prince pressed his hand to the glass, tears streaking down his cheeks. "You are safe. You are safe, my lady." The dwarfs scrambled to unseal the coffin, their fingers working at latches and clasps, their hands shaking with urgency. At last, the glass lifted, and fresh air washed over her. She drew a deep breath, her chest rising fully for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The prince leaned closer, his voice trembling. "You were lost to us, but now you are found." Snow White's gaze shifted to the dwarves, her eyes softening with recognition. You cared for me?" They nodded, tears streaming down their cheeks, their small bodies trembling with relief. "You never left me," she whispered, her voice breaking. The eldest dwarf shook his head firmly. "And we never would have. You are our sister, our child, our joy." Snow White's tears glistened, spilling down her cheeks, mingling sorrow with the relief of awakening. She sat up slowly, weak but alive, her hand reaching to grasp the prince's. His fingers closed gently around hers as though afraid she might vanish again. The clearing filled with sobs of joy, with laughter breaking through tears, with voices lifted in disbelief. Birds burst into song above, their melodies brighter than they had been in seasons. The forest stirred, alive again, as though nature itself rejoiced at her revival. The prince bent low, his forehead resting against her hand. "You are more than I dreamed. You are life itself, reborn." And Snow White, though weary and trembling, smiled faintly. The curse was broken. The story had shifted. Yet even as joy filled the air, Johann lingered at the edge of the scene, his expression thoughtful. For every ending in a fairy tale was also a beginning, and he knew the story was far from finished. The queen still breathed, somewhere in her palace, still bound to her mirror and her endless hunger for beauty. Snow White's survival would not go unnoticed. But for now, For this one fragile moment, Snow White was alive, and love and devotion had triumphed over death. The dwarves wept openly. The prince held her hand as though it were the only anchor he had in the world, and Snow White gazed up at the sky, where the stars shone brighter than ever before. The tale was not over, but its heart had turned. It had chosen life.
Snow White's first steps outside the coffin were unsteady, like those of a child learning to walk. Her legs trembled under her own weight, muscles stiff from so long in stillness. But the prince and the dwarfs each supported her as though she were more precious than gold. Every movement felt miraculous. The forest air filled her lungs, cool and fragrant with pine and earth, and she drew it in greedily, as if she had been drowning and had only now surfaced for breath. The dwarfs crowded around, fussing and fretting in their own rough-hewn way. One dabbed at her face with a cloth, another tried to tuck her hair back neatly, another pressed a water skin to her lips. "Careful," one murmured. "Slowly now." Another whispered, "Don't push yourself too much." Their voices overlapped, a chorus of worry and devotion, until Snow White smiled faintly through the haze of weakness. "I feel as though I have awoken from a dream," she said softly. Her voice was hoarse, cracked with disuse, yet it carried a strange clarity, like a bell ringing across a valley. The prince leaned closer, his gaze never leaving her. "Perhaps it was a dream," he said gently, "but one that could not hold you forever." His hand tightened around hers, a silent promise anchoring her to the waking world. They guided her back toward the dwarves' cottage, not the palace, not the castle the prince had promised, but the little home in the forest that had sheltered her before. It was the place where she had laughed, sung, cooked, and swept. The place she had felt most herself before the poisoned apple's bite. The prince did not argue. He understood without words that this cottage was her true beginning, and it was only fitting she return there before any other destination. The journey back was slower than the one that had brought her coffin out. Snow White leaned against the prince's arm, her strength returning little by little with every step. The dwarfs surrounded her protectively, their small bodies forming a living barrier, as though they feared death itself might reach from the shadows to reclaim her. Birds followed in the treetops, their songs bright and insistent, as if they too spread the news of her revival to every corner of the forest. By the time they reached the familiar clearing where the dwarf's cottage nestled beneath the tall trees, the sky had softened into dusk. Smoke curled from the chimney, the fire inside still burning from earlier in the day. The sight of the little home drew tears from Snow White's eyes. "I thought I would never see this again," she whispered. The dwarfs bustled to prepare the space for her. They fluffed cushions, stoked the fire, set pots of broth simmering. Their hands moved quickly, almost feverishly, as though by busying themselves they could fully banish the shadow of grief that had haunted them for so long. Snow White was settled gently by the hearth, wrapped in warm blankets, her cheeks flushed with the glow of firelight. She looked around at the familiar clutter, the tools, the shelves, the little chairs, and smiled, a smile so radiant it seemed to melt away the years of sorrow that had hung over the cottage. The prince sat nearby, still watching her, as though afraid she might vanish should he blink. She caught his gaze and tilted her head slightly, curious. "Why do you look at me so?" she asked softly.
"Because I cannot believe you are real," he admitted. His voice was low, almost reverent. "And because I would never forgive myself if I let this moment slip by unnoticed." Her cheeks warmed at his words, though her eyes softened with gratitude rather than embarrassment.
"Then do not waste it," she murmured. The dwarves, meanwhile, could not keep from hovering. They urged her to eat, pressed mugs of warm drink into her hands, and fussed over her as though she were still fragile glass. Snow White, though weary, accepted their fussing with tenderness. She knew well that their concern was born of love, and she cherished it deeply. That night, for the first time in many seasons, laughter returned to the dwarf's home. Snow White spoke of her dreamlike sleep, though her memories were foggy and scattered. She described faint visions, whispers of voices, shadows of forests, flashes of sorrow. The dwarves, in turn, told her of their vigil, how they had stood watch over her, how they had refused to bury her because her beauty remained untouched, how they had mourned and prayed for a miracle. "You never gave up on me," she said at last, her eyes glistening with tears. "Of course not," the eldest dwarf replied firmly. "You were family. Family is not abandoned." The prince added softly, "And some bonds are not broken even by death." His words lingered in the firelit air, heavy with truth. As the hours slipped by, Snow White's strength returned little by little. Her voice grew steadier, her cheeks flushed with health, her laughter ringing like soft chimes. Yet, even in this joy, a shadow hung quietly over the gathering, unspoken but felt. The Queen. Snow White sensed it most keenly. In her dreams, in her long stillness, she had felt the echo of malice pressing at her, as though the poison had been more than fruit. It had been a curse woven with the Queen's spite. Now awake, she could not shake the certainty that her stepmother would not rest easily if she learned of this revival. And indeed, far away in her palace of cold stone and polished mirrors, the Queen was stirring. That very evening, as she stood before her mirror, she asked in her familiar tone, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The surface rippled, its voice cold and inexorable. "My Queen, you are fair, you are regal, but fairer still, more radiant still, is Snow White, who lives once more in the forest." The Queen's eyes widened, her painted lips curling into a snarl. "Impossible," she hissed. Her nails raked against the mirror's frame, the sound sharp in the chamber. "I watched her die. I saw her fall." But the mirror did not flinch. "She lives," it intoned. "She thrives, and her beauty eclipses yours." The Queen staggered back, her breath coming fast, her mind whirling. The thought of Snow White alive, beloved, praised, was unbearable. Her envy flared anew, hotter and more venomous than ever. While Snow White laughed beside the hearth, the Queen plodded in shadows, and though no one in the little cottage spoke her name, her presence was felt, a storm brewing beyond the horizon, ready to break. For now, though, Snow White rested. She leaned back into her cushions, the dwarves clustered protectively around her, the prince seated faithfully at her side. For the first time in a long while, her heart was at peace. She knew the Queen would not yield easily, but she also knew she was no longer alone. The forest outside seemed to agree. Its branches swayed in the night air, whispering promises of protection. The stars gleamed brightly overhead, as though rejoicing. Snow White closed her eyes, not to sleep this time, but to savor the warmth of belonging, the joy of being alive once more. The tale had not yet ended. Danger would return, shadows would rise again, but tonight, in this firelit cottage, surrounded by those who loved her, Snow White's story was no longer one of sorrow. It was one of survival, of hope rekindled, of love defying even the grave. And so, the cottage glowed, a small beacon of light in the vast dark forest. And in that fragile, golden glow, a chapter closed, even as another quietly opened.
The Queen did not sleep that night.
She paced her chambers like a caged predator, her gown trailing behind her in ripples of silk and shadow. Candles burned low on the mantel, their flames guttering as though they too feared the storm that brewed within her. Every so often, she stopped before the mirror, demanding it repeat its verdict. Every time the answer was the same. Snow White lives. The words struck her like knives. She pressed her hands against the cool glass, her breath fogging the surface. "I gave her the apple," she muttered. "I saw her lips turn blue. She was mine." Her voice cracked under the weight of disbelief, but the mirror was unwavering. Snow White, it said, was alive, beautiful, loved. A sound escaped her lips, half laugh, half sob. "How many times must I destroy her before the world understands? She cannot win. She must not win." Her envy twisted tighter, a serpent coiled around her heart. For years she had shaped her life around beauty, clawing for it, preserving it, measuring her worth in the reflection of this very mirror. And now, no matter how carefully she painted her face, how richly she dressed, she was diminished. Diminished by a girl she had once tried to discard like a broken toy. The Queen's fury ignited into resolve. She could not, would not allow this defiance to stand. If poison had failed, if death itself had betrayed her, then she would go further, darker, deeper. She would destroy Snow White not only in body, but in spirit. Meanwhile, far away in the forest, Snow White was stirring from her own rest. She had slept deeply for the first time since her revival, though her dreams were strange. She dreamed of branches reaching for her, of voices whispering her name, of a cold shadow at the edge of the firelight. When she awoke, the prince was still at her side, watching the dawn filter through the trees. "Did you rest well?" he asked gently. "Yes," she answered, though she hesitated. "But I dreamed of her." "The Queen?" Snow White nodded. "She is not finished." The dwarfs, bustling about with breakfast preparations, grew still at her words. They glanced at one another, unease shadowing their small faces. One of them, the eldest, spoke with a heavy sigh. "The forest protects you, Snow White, and we will not let her near you again. But you are right. She will not rest until she tries once more." Snow White touched her fingers to her lips, remembering the cold, sweet sting of the poisoned apple. The memory was faint, but vivid enough to make her shiver. "Then I must be ready." The prince frowned. "You should not have to fight her. It is my duty now to protect you." She gave him a soft, almost sorrowful smile. "You may stand beside me, but it is my shadow she hunts. I cannot hide behind you forever." The prince had no reply, but his jaw tightened. He would not abandon her. For several days, peace lingered in the clearing. Snow White regained her strength, moving about the cottage, helping the dwarfs with their work. The forest seemed to embrace her return. Birds perched on the windowsill, foxes darted between the trees, deer grazed near the edge of the clearing. The prince remained with her, though he often sent messages back to his kingdom. There were whispers that he should return, attend to his duties, prepare for a wedding. But he stayed. He would not leave her again.
Yet beneath this peace, unease simmered. The Queen's presence hung like a storm cloud just beyond the horizon. And then, one morning, the forest itself gave a warning. The dwarves were mining in the hills when they felt a tremor beneath their feet. Loose stones clattered, and the sound of distant thunder rolled through the ground, though the sky above was clear. Snow White, standing outside the cottage, heard the forest grow unnaturally silent. Birds ceased their songs, even the wind stilled, as though holding its breath. She knew without being told, the Queen was moving. And indeed, the Queen had begun her work. She cloaked herself in a disguise more cunning than before, for she had learned from her failures. No peddler's rags this time, no simple trick.
She brewed her vengeance in a cauldron blackened with soot, stirring herbs, bones, and venom under the waning moon. The fumes curled upward, staining the air with bitterness. "This time," she whispered to the cauldron, "there will be no mistake. Her beauty will be shattered, her spirit will be broken, and she will never rise again." She fashioned a comb, delicate as spider silk, inlaid with ivory and polished wood. But each tooth of the comb was smeared with poison, its venom glistening faintly in the light. She admired her creation, smiling coldly. What girl could resist such a gift? A comb for her raven hair. One stroke, and her beauty will collapse into ruin. When her disguise was complete, the queen looked nothing like herself. Her back was bent, her hair gray, her face lined with false age. She looked like a wandering crone, harmless, almost pitiable. She tucked the poisoned comb into her satchel and set out for the forest, her mind sharp with purpose. Back at the cottage, Snow White busied herself with sweeping the floor while the prince and dwarves prepared for the day's work. She hummed softly, her voice carrying through the trees, light and unguarded. And it was that song the queen followed, threading her way through the forest until she came upon the clearing. "Good day, dear child," croaked the crone, her voice rasping with false frailty. "What a pretty girl you are, with hair like midnight itself." Snow White looked up, startled. She had not expected a visitor. The prince was away gathering firewood. The dwarves were in the hills. She was alone. Yet the old woman's appearance seemed harmless enough. "Thank you, grandmother," Snow White said politely, though her heart quickened. The queen shuffled closer, her eyes glittering beneath the shadow of her hood. "It is a pity, though," she said with a sigh, "that such fine hair goes untended. See how it tangles. But I have something that might help." She drew forth the comb, gleaming faintly in the morning light. "A gift, dear child. One stroke, and your hair will shine like silk." Snow White hesitated. The memory of the apple still haunted her, but the woman's tone was kind, her manner humble. Could she truly suspect every stranger she met? Her fingers trembled as she reached for the comb. The forest seemed to whisper a warning. A crow cawed harshly from a nearby tree, but Snow White's caution faltered. She took the comb. "Here, let me help you," the crone murmured, stepping closer. With deceptive gentleness, she slid the comb into Snow White's hair and drew it downward. The poison worked swiftly. Snow White gasped, her limbs stiffening, her breath catching in her throat. She crumpled where she stood, her body limp, her eyes fluttering closed. The queen's mouth curled into a triumphant smile. "At last," she whispered, "at last, she is gone." She turned and vanished into the trees, leaving Snow White motionless on the cottage floor. Not long after, the prince returned, his arms laden with wood. He dropped everything when he saw her lying there, her hair spread like black silk across the floor, the comb glinting cruelly in the strands. "No," he cried, rushing to her side. His hands trembled as he pulled the comb free, tossing it aside. He pressed his ear to her chest, desperate for a heartbeat. For a moment he heard nothing, and despair clawed at him. Then, a faint breath, a shallow flutter. She was alive. He gathered her in his arms, whispering her name again and again. The dwarves arrived soon after, their cries filling the cottage as they realized what had happened. Together, they worked to revive her, washing her hair, fanning her face, murmuring prayers. Slowly, Snow White stirred, her eyelids fluttering open. The prince's relief was overwhelming. He held her hand tightly, vowing through gritted teeth, "Never again. She will not touch you again." But Snow White, pale and trembling, whispered, "She will try once more. I can feel it." And so, though she lived, though her breath returned, the shadow of the queen loomed larger than ever.
The cottage stood quiet that night, but it was not the kind of peace anyone truly trusted. Snow White slept in her bed, pale and exhausted, while the dwarfs sat gathered around the hearth with the prince. The fire burned low, its embers glowing red like watchful eyes. None of them spoke at first, as though silence itself might protect her. Yet their thoughts were heavy, circling the same fear. The queen was not finished. The eldest dwarf finally broke the quiet. "We cannot let her wander the cottage alone. Not again." His voice was gruff, but lined with worry. "The queen wears too many faces. A harmless peddler, an old crone. Who knows what guise she'll take next?" The prince clenched his jaw. "I should have been here. I should never have left her side." His hands tightened into fists as he stared at the flames. "She trusted that stranger because she has a good heart, and that is what the queen twists against her every time." "She lives," another dwarf said softly. "That's what matters." But even as he spoke, his eyes flicked toward Snow White's room. He too feared what might come next. In her sleep, Snow White stirred. Dreams curled around her like smoke, dreams filled with shifting images, an apple rolling across a stone floor, a comb snapping in two, the face of the queen peering from behind countless disguises, and beyond it all, a mirror, cold, unblinking, always whispering her name. She shivered in her sleep and clutched the blanket closer, as if that might shield her from the visions. The prince went to her side. He knelt beside the bed, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Her color had returned, faintly, but her lips were still too pale. He whispered softly, "You are safe. You are loved. I will not let her take you again." Snow White opened her eyes slowly, disoriented at first. The room was warm, the firelight spilling through the doorway. The dwarfs murmured in the next room. Relief swept over her, but the memory of the comb made her heart race. She whispered, "She will not stop." The prince nodded. "Then we will not stop protecting you." Still, even as he spoke, a weight pressed on them all. They had survived the apple, they had survived the comb, but the queen was relentless, and there was no doubt she would strike again. Far away in her castle, the queen paced before the mirror once more. She had returned from the forest in triumph, certain that Snow White was gone at last. She had washed the disguise from her skin, shed the rags, and stood once more in her jeweled gown, crowned and radiant. Her laughter had filled the hall as she lifted her chin and demanded the mirror's judgment. "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror, cold and merciless, gave its answer. "Snow White lives, far more fair than you." The queen froze. Her laughter curdled into silence. For a heartbeat, she thought perhaps she had misheard, but the mirror, immutable, repeated the truth. Rage surged through her. She struck the mirror's frame with her hand, sending a crack spidering across the silver surface. "Impossible!" she shrieked. "I watched her fall.
I saw her lips go pale. I left her lifeless at my feet.
The mirror remained unmoved. Her fury was so great she nearly tore down the chamber around her. Candles toppled, wax spilling onto the floor. Servants cowered in the shadows, fleeing her wrath. She collapsed into her throne, trembling with rage, her breath ragged. Again, always again. Snow White's defiance mocked her, and the mirror's cold verdict cut deeper than any blade. She pressed her nails into her palms until they drew blood. "Very well," she whispered to herself, her voice low and venomous. "If she will not die by apple or comb, then I will craft a curse so deep even the gods themselves cannot undo it." Her mind raced. She thought of powders, draughts, veils of smoke, whispers of necromancy. She thought of weaving death into silk, into breath, into the very air Snow White breathed. The queen's knowledge of dark arts was vast. She had not yet exhausted its depths. Somewhere in her collection of forbidden tomes and hidden ingredients lay the final answer. She rose from her throne, steadier now, determination burning brighter than her rage. She would not fail again. Back in the forest, the days crawled forward with a strange blend of tension and tenderness. The dwarves, normally cheerful in their work, remained restless. They built new locks on the doors, crafted charms of iron and silver to hang on the windows. One of them even suggested weaving protective runes into the beams of the cottage, though whether such things truly worked, no one knew. The prince lingered at Snow White's side, rarely letting her out of sight. He spoke of his kingdom sometimes, of the duties waiting for him. "My father expects me to return," he admitted one evening. "But how can I leave when she walks the earth hunting you?" Snow White looked at him gently. "You have a duty to your people, just as I have a duty to endure this curse. But I would not ask you to go, not yet." The dwarves, overhearing, exchanged glances. They too knew that this story was building toward an inevitable end. The queen would not relent, and Snow White, no matter how strong her spirit, could not withstand attack after attack without breaking. One evening, as twilight bled into night, Snow White stepped outside the cottage. She stood at the edge of the forest, her eyes searching the shadows. The air was cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The world was hushed, as though waiting. She whispered into the night, "Why me? Why must she hate me so much?" Her words dissolved into silence, but in her heart she knew the answer. The queen's hatred was not about her alone. It was about what Snow White represented: youth, innocence, a beauty that asked for nothing, earned by simply existing. The queen had spent her life clawing for the same, fighting time, bending the rules of nature, and still she was never satisfied. Snow White was a mirror the queen could not bear to face. The prince joined her, slipping his hand into hers. "She hates you because she cannot be you, but that is her curse, not yours." Snow White leaned against him, weary. "Her curse becomes mine when she will not let me live." The dwarves called them back inside. Night had grown thick, and the forest felt watchful, almost listening. Together they shut the door, bolted the locks, and huddled close to the fire. Far away, the queen stirred her cauldron once more. The chamber filled with the acrid scent of burning herbs, sharp and poisonous. She whispered incantations older than the stones of her castle. Into the brew she dropped a thread of silk, a sprig of deadly nightshade, a vial of venom milked from a serpent. The liquid hissed and frothed, glowing faintly green.
When the brew was complete, she dipped a length of ribbon into it, a ribbon red as blood, gleaming with enchantment. She drew it out, letting it dry in the air. The poison was not meant to kill outright this time. It would constrict, suffocate, hold Snow White in a grip from which no breath could escape. The ribbon would bind her beauty, bind her life, until nothing remained but silence. The queen's lips curved into a cruel smile. This time, she vowed, there will be no awakening. The forest shivered as though it had overheard her.
The morning dawned pale and hesitant, the forest wrapped in a thin mist that clung to every branch and stone. Dew shimmered on the grass like a scattering of diamonds, and the air was cool enough to make Snow White pull her shawl tighter around her shoulders as she stepped outside. For a moment, she almost let herself believe the world was gentle again. Birds fluttered from tree to tree, calling softly. A hare bounded across the clearing before vanishing into the brush. Yet beneath the morning calm, a weight pressed on her chest, a warning that danger had not passed. The dwarfs bustled around the cottage, preparing for their work in the mines. They were reluctant to leave, each glancing back at Snow White as though they expected her to vanish the moment they turned their heads. "Stay indoors," the eldest dwarf urged her. "No weaving at the window, no answering the door, no wandering in the yard. She will try again." Snow White smiled faintly, though her eyes betrayed her unease. "I will be careful," she promised. The prince echoed the dwarf's warnings, insisting once more that he should remain at her side. The dwarfs left reluctantly, their boots crunching down the narrow path until the sound faded into the forest. The cottage was quiet again, only the crackle of the hearth breaking the silence. Snow White tried to busy herself with small tasks, tidying the table, folding the blankets, sweeping the floor. But her mind wandered. Every sound outside, a crow's call, the snap of a twig, set her heart racing. She moved to the window more than once, peering through the glass to reassure herself that nothing stirred in the clearing. The prince sat near the fire, sharpening a dagger he carried. His eyes never left her for long. "I'll keep watch," he said softly. "Even if she comes in disguise, I'll see through it." Snow White nodded, though doubt lingered. The queen's disguises had been flawless before. She had fooled even the wary dwarfs, let alone Snow White's own trusting eyes. Far away, the queen prepared herself with meticulous care. The ribbon had dried to a brilliant red sheen, supple and gleaming. She tied it into a bow, her fingers caressing the silken surface. Around her, the cauldron's smoke curled like snakes, and her reflection in the mirror was almost unrecognizable, not from the disguise she had yet to don, but from the hunger in her eyes. She was consumed by obsession, her beauty a mask stretched too tightly over envy and rage. She laid aside her crown and jewels, replaced her regal gown with plain garments. She covered her face with lines of age, bent her back, and wrapped a shawl around her shoulders until she looked nothing more than a weary peddler. In her basket, she placed the ribbon, coiling it neatly beside spools of ordinary thread and harmless lengths of lace. To anyone glancing in, she was an old woman selling sewing supplies, humble and harmless. But beneath the fabric lay venom and intent sharper than any blade. By midday, the queen reached the forest cottage. She moved slowly, deliberately, leaning on a crooked staff as though each step pained her. The clearing was quiet, sunlight dappling through the leaves, the air heavy with pine and earth. She paused just at the edge, her eyes scanning the cottage with something close to reverence. "This time," she whispered to herself, "she will not rise again." Inside, Snow White had just finished sweeping when a knock echoed at the door. Her heart leapt, and she froze. The prince looked up immediately, his dagger in hand. The knock came again,
soft and almost apologetic. Snow White whispered, "It could be one of the dwarves returning early." The prince shook his head. "No, their work keeps them until dusk." He rose to his feet, every muscle tense.
A voice came from outside, quavering and thin. "Good day, dear child. Would you spare a kind old woman a glance at her wares? Only a ribbon, only a lace, pretty things for a girl so lovely as yourself." Snow White's breath caught. The words were gentle, almost pleading. She turned to the prince. "It sounds harmless." The prince narrowed his eyes. "That is what she wants you to believe." He stepped to the door but did not open it. "Be gone," he called firmly. "We have no need of ribbons today." There was silence for a moment. Then the voice came again, softer, almost trembling with sadness. "Ah, forgive me, young master. I am but a poor woman wandering these woods. I thought perhaps the lady of the house might wish a gift, a ribbon to brighten her hair. Only look, and I will trouble you no more." The prince frowned. The disguise was convincing, the voice carrying none of the malice he expected. He glanced at Snow White, who bit her lip. Something in her heart stirred, pity, the same pity that had undone her before. "She sounds so old," Snow White whispered. "What harm could she do with a ribbon?" The prince's jaw tightened. Too much. He turned back to the door, ready to send the woman away again. But before he could speak, Snow White touched his arm gently. "Let me look. Only through the window. I will not open the door." Reluctantly, he nodded. Snow White moved to the window and parted the curtain just enough to peer out. There, bent and frail, stood the disguised queen. Her back hunched, her shawl tattered, her hands trembling as she held up the basket. Snow White saw the ribbons, shining in the light, one redder and more beautiful than the rest. "They are lovely," Snow White murmured, almost to herself. The queen's head tilted. Her eyes, shadowed beneath the shawl, glinted with satisfaction. She had her attention. Snow White opened the window just a crack, enough to let her voice carry. "I cannot buy anything, good mother. I have no coin." "No coin needed," the queen replied, her voice low and coaxing. "Take it as a gift. It will suit you, dear child. Look how it gleams, red as a rose in bloom. Every girl deserves a ribbon for her hair." Snow White hesitated, the ribbon catching her gaze like a flame. She glanced back at the prince, who shook his head sharply. "No," he said. "Shut the window." But the queen had heard his voice and quickly pressed her advantage. "Ah, young sir, do not begrudge her a simple ribbon. No harm in a gift for beauty as rare as hers. Let me tie it for her, only a moment, and then I will be gone." Snow White's heart ached. The ribbon was beautiful, and the woman seemed so frail, so eager to please. Against her better judgment, against the prince's warnings, she opened the door just slightly. The prince surged forward, but the queen had already stepped inside the threshold, quicker than her age suggested she could move. "My child," she crooned, "let me show you." She held up the ribbon, its red surface shimmering in the light. She moved behind Snow White, hands deft and quick, despite their appearance of frailty. The prince shouted, lunging forward, but the queen had already looped the ribbon around Snow White's waist. With a swift, brutal tug, she pulled it tight. The enchanted silk constricted instantly, winding itself like a serpent. Snow White gasped, her breath cut short. The color drained from her face as the ribbon squeezed, forcing the air from her lungs. The prince grabbed for the ribbon, but it burned his hands, the poison woven into its threads biting into his skin. The dwarf's charms and locks meant nothing now. The enemy was already inside. Snow White's body crumpled, her eyes wide with terror as she clawed at the ribbon. The queen's disguise flickered in that moment, her eyes flashing with cruel triumph.
"Now," she hissed, "you will sleep forever." The prince drew his dagger and slashed at the ribbon. The blade cut deep, but the fabric only writhed tighter, alive with enchantment. Snow White's lips parted, gasping for air that would not come. At last, with a desperate cry, the prince drove the dagger between the ribbon and Snow White's body, forcing the blade upward. The ribbon split, snapping apart with a hiss of green smoke. The severed ends writhed like snakes before falling limp to the floor. Snow White collapsed into his arms, unconscious, her breath shallow but returning. The ribbon lay at their feet, lifeless now, its red brilliance dulled to gray. The queen staggered back, her disguise unraveling. For a moment, her true face glared at them, eyes blazing, mouth twisted with fury. Then, with a snarl, she fled into the forest, vanishing among the trees. The prince held Snow White close, his heart pounding. The dwarfs would return to find yet another attempt, another brush with death. He looked at the torn ribbon, still smoking faintly on the ground. "She will not stop," he whispered, "until one of us is gone." And though Snow White's chest rose and fell again, faintly, it was clear to all of them, the queen's darkest trick was yet to come.
The forest swallowed the queen in shadow as she fled, her breath ragged, her body trembling with rage. The disguise cracked and faltered until her true face showed once more, pale with fury, lips drawn into a snarl. She stumbled deeper into the thicket, branches whipping against her skin, until she reached the dark heart of the woods, where no bird sang. There the silence seemed alive, pressing against her ears like a scream waiting to break free. She clutched her staff, leaned against a tree, and hissed to herself, "Twice she has escaped me, twice!" Her hands shook with anger, but beneath that anger was fear, the fear of being seen as less than the fairest. The mirror had defied her before, stripping away the comfort of denial, and she could not endure the humiliation a third time. If Snow White lived, then the queen's beauty was a shadow only, always second, always threatened. The thought curdled her soul. She turned her steps back toward her castle, every stride heavy with vengeance. By the time she crossed its cold threshold, the hall seemed darker than ever, the tapestries on the walls watching her like mute judges. She ignored them, rushing to the chamber where the mirror waited. The great glass loomed, framed in black wood carved with serpents and twisted vines. The queen approached, her breath still uneven, and spat the words, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The surface rippled, mist rolling within, and then the voice came, steady and merciless. "Queen, you are beautiful, beyond question, but Snow White, living still, is more fair by far." The queen let out a sound between a laugh and a scream. She struck the mirror with her hand, the glass shuddering but unbreaking. "Lies," she shrieked, "deceit! She should be gone, gone forever." Her voice echoed through the chamber, shaking the air. But the mirror, implacable as fate, returned only silence. For a long moment she stood there, clutching her chest, her breath coming in gasps. Then slowly her fury settled into something colder. Her eyes narrowed. "If ribbons will not bind her, then I will use the oldest trick of them all." She turned to her shelves of potions and jars, each filled with strange ingredients, dried roots, powders that shimmered, the bones of birds, the feathers of owls. She passed them by until she reached a small casket hidden behind heavier tomes. When she opened it, the contents gleamed dully, a collection of poisons distilled from years of craft, each deadly in its own way. Vials of venom, tiny jars of crushed herbs, powders that killed with only a breath. But among them was one object she had saved for her most desperate moment, a single apple. Dark green and glossy, kept in enchantment so it would never rot. She lifted it from its resting place, cradling it like a jewel. The apple seemed ordinary at first glance, smooth, perfect, unblemished, yet the queen whispered over it words learned from the oldest of grimoires, words that made the air shiver. She dipped a needle into a vial of venom so black it seemed to swallow the light, then pierced the apple's skin with a slow, deliberate motion. The venom spread through the fruit like ink dropped into water, though the surface remained flawless, glowing with deceptive ripeness. She raised it to her lips and pressed a kiss against its skin. "Half for her, half for me," she murmured. Then with a sharp laugh she bit into one side of the apple herself. The flesh yielded sweetly, harmless, for the venom had been bound to only one half. She chewed slowly, savoring the deception. "See," she whispered to the empty chamber, "I can eat it and live. She will eat, and she will die." Her disguise this time was even more cunning. She painted her cheeks to appear ruddy, softened the lines of her face, and dressed as a kindly peasant woman with a basket of fruit. She hummed a little tune, pleasant and harmless, as she set out once more for the forest. But inside, her heart beat with murderous glee. Snow White, meanwhile, lay resting in her bed, the prince keeping watch at her side. The dwarves had returned at dusk, their faces etched in worry as the prince recounted what had happened. The torn ribbons still lay on the table, dull and lifeless. The dwarves muttered curses against the queen, vowing they would guard Snow White with their lives. That night, Snow White dreamed of red ribbons, red blood, red lips whispering curses. She awoke trembling, and though the prince soothed her, she could not shake the sense that the danger was not finished.
Morning came again, golden light slanting through the trees, dew bright on the leaves. The dwarfs left reluctantly for the mine, each of them warning Snow White once more. "She will come back. Don't answer the door, no matter who knocks." Snow White nodded, but her eyes betrayed her unease. She wanted so much to believe the worst had passed, yet in her heart she sensed the queen's shadow still reaching for her. By midday, the queen arrived. She paused at the edge of the clearing, arranging her basket so the apples glowed invitingly in the sun. She rehearsed her voice, cheerful and grandmotherly. Then she knocked at the door. The prince was on his feet instantly, his hand on the dagger at his belt. "Who is there?" he called. "Only a poor woman selling fruit," came the reply, sweet and lilting. "Fresh apples from the orchard. Look how red, how crisp, perfect for a young girl." The prince narrowed his eyes. "We need nothing. Be gone." But the queen's voice persisted, warm and coaxing. "Oh, but surely the young lady might like a taste. One bite only, sweet and juicy, good for the lips, good for the heart. Let her see, and if she does not want it, I will go." Snow White, sitting by the window, glanced outside. The woman's basket overflowed with apples, each one glowing red as rubies. She had not tasted such fruit since leaving her father's palace. Her lips parted slightly, the memory of sweetness tugging at her. The prince caught the look in her eyes. "No," he said sharply, "do not listen. It's her again. I can feel it." But the queen had anticipated this. She lifted the apple she had enchanted, holding it up so the sunlight made it gleam. She took a bite from one side, chewing slowly, smiling as she swallowed. "See," she called, "it is safe. I eat, and no harm comes to me." Snow White's resolve wavered. She whispered, "She eats it herself. How could it be poisoned?" The prince's hand tightened on his dagger. He could not deny what they both saw.
The woman's disguise was flawless, her act convincing. Snow White's pity and curiosity stirred again, and though he begged her to stay away, she rose and moved to the window. The queen's eyes gleamed with triumph as Snow White reached through the window and accepted the apple. The fruit was cool and smooth in her hand, its perfume sweet and inviting. The queen's voice was honey itself. "One bite, my dear, and your lips will be redder than roses." The prince shouted, lunging forward, but it was too late. Snow White lifted the apple to her mouth and took a bite from the poisoned half. The effect was instant. The fruit dropped from her hand, rolling across the floor as her eyes fluttered shut. Her body sagged, her lips parting in a silent gasp, and she crumpled to the ground, still and pale as death. The prince caught her in his arms, his dagger falling forgotten to the floor. He shook her gently, his voice breaking. "Snow White, wake up!" But her eyes remained closed, her breath stilled, her body limp. The queen's laughter rang out, high and terrible, echoing through the clearing. "Now she is gone! Gone forever!" And before the prince could draw his blade again, she vanished into the forest, her disguise scattering like smoke behind her. The prince held Snow White close, his tears falling onto her pale cheeks. The dwarfs returned at dusk to find the cottage silent, the prince kneeling beside her lifeless form. Their grief filled the room, heavy and raw. Together they wept, for they believed the queen had finally won.
The cottage that had once brimmed with warmth and laughter now felt like a tomb. The fire burned low, its glow failing to chase away the heavy silence. Snow White lay upon her bed, her skin pale as moonlight, her lips frozen in that last breathless gasp. The apple, still glistening and half-eaten, rested on the table, a cruel reminder of the queen's final triumph. The prince knelt at her side, his hand clasping hers as though the strength of his grip might tether her spirit back to the world. His voice broke as he whispered her name again and again, each syllable a plea. But her chest did not rise, her eyes did not flutter open. The stillness that clung to her was deeper than sleep, deeper than faintness. It was the kind of silence that felt final. The dwarfs returned from the mine at twilight. Their boots were heavy with clay, their faces streaked with sweat and dust. They expected to find Snow White at the door, smiling shyly, perhaps with supper waiting on the table. Instead, they were met by silence. And then, as they entered, by the sight of their beloved friend motionless upon the bed. The eldest dwarf dropped his hammer with a crash. The youngest ran forward, sobbing, while the others stood rooted in shock. The prince, eyes red and swollen, lifted his gaze to them. "The queen," he said hoarsely. "She came again. She tricked her. A poisoned apple." The dwarves crowded around the bed, their grief raw, their laments echoing through the little room. "No, no," cried the youngest. "She was too kind, too gentle. Why must evil always take what is good?" The eldest dwarf laid a hand on the prince's shoulder. "We warned her," he said, his voice breaking. But her heart was too soft. She could not see malice when it wore the mask of kindness. The prince bowed his head. "I should have stopped her. I should have thrown the apple away." "Do not blame yourself," another dwarf murmured. "The queen's magic is older than any of us. It weaves lies too fine for mortal eyes to catch. This was her doing, and her alone." For a long time, they remained there, a circle of grief around the still figure.
The forest outside grew dark, the night creatures stirring, but no one moved to light another lamp. They sat in silence, listening to the prince's soft sobs, to the faint crackle of the fire, to the aching emptiness where Snow White's laughter should have been. When at last the eldest dwarf rose, his voice was steady, though his eyes shone with tears. "We cannot bury her." The others looked at him in shock. "What do you mean?" "She is too beautiful, even in death," he said. "Look at her cheeks, still flushed with life. Look at her lips, red as though she sleeps. Her body has not turned cold or stiff. It is as though some enchantment holds her." The prince looked down at her and realized the dwarf was right. Though she did not breathe, though her eyes did not open, her beauty had not faded. She looked like a maiden lost in the deepest of dreams, waiting for some unseen dawn. "We cannot put her in the ground," the dwarf continued. "The earth would hide her from us. No, she must remain where we can see her, where her memory will not be swallowed by darkness." The dwarves murmured their agreement, their tears mingling with resolve. "Yes," said one, "let us build her a coffin, but not of wood or stone. Something clear, something pure, like the innocence she carried in her heart." The prince's eyes widened. "Glass," he whispered, "a coffin of glass, so she will always be seen, untarnished, unforgotten."
And so they set to work, their grief transformed into labor. They gathered the finest quartz from the mountain's heart, chiseling and polishing until the slabs shone like crystal. They worked by lantern light, their hammers ringing like solemn bells in the night. The prince joined them, his royal hands blistered and raw, but he did not stop. He carved, he lifted, he polished, as though each blow of the hammer was a prayer to keep her near. Days passed as they built, and though their bodies ached, none complained. At last, the coffin was finished, a vessel of glass so clear it seemed made of frozen water. Its frame was bound with gold they had mined themselves, gleaming with a warmth that softened the cold transparency. On its lid, they engraved her name, Snow White, fairest of all. When it was ready, they lifted her gently, their hands trembling. They clothed her in a dress as white as new snow, and they braided her hair with ribbons of silk. A garland of wildflowers was laid across her chest, their fragrance mingling with the faint sweetness that still clung to her skin. The prince kissed her brow, his tears falling onto her cheeks, and for a moment he thought, perhaps, he felt warmth. But it was only the echo of his hope. They placed her in the coffin, sealing her inside the glass that caught the light and magnified her beauty. Then they carried her into the clearing at the edge of the forest, where the sun could find her by day and the moon by night. They built a dais of stone, setting the coffin atop it, so all who passed might see her and wonder. From that day forward, the dwarfs took turns keeping watch. Each morning they brought fresh flowers to lay beside her. Each evening they sang songs in her honor, their rough voices trembling with grief. Birds of the forest came and perched nearby, their songs gentler than before, as though mourning too. Deer gathered in the twilight, their soft eyes gazing at the maiden who seemed asleep forever. Even the wind seemed quieter, carrying a hush through the trees when it passed the clearing. The prince did not leave. He built a small shelter nearby and spent his days at her side, speaking to her softly, telling her stories of kingdoms and seas, of stars and dreams. He spoke as though she still heard, as though his words might weave a path to her across the veil of death. If love could call you back, you would wake this very moment. If tears could open your eyes, mine would have done it already. But the days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, and still Snow White lay unchanged. Her beauty never faded, her body never withered, and the glass coffin preserved her like a holy relic.
Travelers who passed through the forest sometimes stumbled upon the sight, and each spread the tale further, of a maiden of incomparable beauty, resting in eternal sleep, guarded by 7 loyal dwarfs and a grieving prince. Some called her cursed, others blessed, but all agreed she was a wonder unlike any other. The queen, back in her castle, believed her victory complete. She stood before her mirror once more, lips curled in a smile as she asked, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The voice answered, calm and resonant, "You, O queen, are fairest of them all." The queen closed her eyes, relief flooding her. At last, Snow White was no longer a threat. At last, she was secure. She laughed, a cold, triumphant sound that echoed through the empty halls. Yet though she was content, the mirror's words carried an undertone she could not hear, that the story was not yet finished, that the fairest of them all still lay in wait, untouched by time, until the world conspired to awaken her. And so, under the watch of dwarfs, prince and forest alike, Snow White slept on, her fate suspended, her story unfinished, her beauty a flame that refused to be extinguished.
Seasons shifted around her, as though she were the still center of a turning wheel. Spring painted the clearing with violets and primroses, weaving color into the grass where her glass coffin rested. Summer followed, spilling golden light across her face, as though the sun itself longed to kiss her awake. Autumn came draped in copper leaves, falling gently across the lid like offerings from the forest. Winter then cloaked the land in silence, laying snow upon the coffin, and yet not even frost could dim the clarity of the glass. Snow White remained untouched, a figure outside the flow of time. The dwarfs adapted their lives to this new rhythm. They no longer returned from the mines singing or joking, for their joy had been buried with her. Instead, they moved in solemn cycles, digging, eating, sleeping, and keeping watch. Each evening, one of them would take his place by the coffin, telling her stories of the day. "We found a vein of silver today, Snow White," one would murmur. "I think you would have liked the way it sparkled." Another would sit in silence, holding her hand through the glass as though his presence alone was enough. The prince remained, refusing to return to his castle. His family had sent letters summoning him home, warning that his absence caused unease among nobles who whispered of weakness and distraction. But he ignored them all. His kingdom could wait, his duties could wait. Nothing mattered but the maiden in the coffin, the girl whose life had been stolen before he could truly know her. And yet his devotion did not go unnoticed. Travelers who wandered through the forest sometimes stumbled upon the strange sight. A young man in princely robes, keeping vigil beside a coffin of crystal and gold, guarded by 7 small figures. Word spread quickly, carried from village to town, from tavern to palace. The story changed with each telling, embroidered like a tapestry with threads of wonder. Some said the girl was a saint, preserved by divine blessing. Others whispered she was a witch, cursed to sleep until a spell was broken. A few claimed she was not human at all, but a spirit of the forest who had taken mortal form. One such traveler was a merchant from the southern lands. He came upon the clearing one summer's dusk, his mule laden with spices and silks. The sight before him made him drop the reins in awe. He stared at Snow White for a long while, his eyes wide, before approaching the prince. "What enchantment is this?" he asked, voice trembling. The prince did not look up. No enchantment, only death and cruelty.
"But she looks alive," the merchant whispered. "She looks as though she might wake at any moment." The dwarfs, gathered nearby, nodded solemnly. "That is the cruelty of it," one said. "To look alive but never stir. To be so close and yet forever out of reach." The merchant bowed low, his face solemn. "I will tell of her in every market I visit. Her name will not be forgotten." And he kept his promise, spreading the tale across mountains and seas. Soon, pilgrims began arriving at the forest. Farmers, knights, priests, maidens, they all came to gaze upon the sleeping beauty. Some knelt and prayed. Others left offerings of bread or flowers. A few wept openly, though they had never known her. It was as though Snow White had become more than a girl. She was a symbol of purity wronged, of innocence preserved against the cruelty of the world. The dwarfs grew uneasy with the attention. "Too many eyes," the eldest muttered. "Too many feet trampling the forest paths." But the prince only said, "Let them come. Let the world remember her. Let her beauty shame the queen even from afar."
Back in her castle, the queen heard whispers of this swelling legend. At first, she dismissed them. Snow White was dead. Her mirror had assured her of it. What did she care if peasants spun stories to comfort themselves? But as the tales grew louder, carried even into the halls of her court, unease gnawed at her. She summoned her mirror once more. "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror hesitated before replying, "You, O Queen, are fairest of them all." And yet, in the pause, the queen heard something she had not heard before: reluctance. She narrowed her eyes. "Speak plainly," she hissed. "Do you lie to me?" The mirror's voice was calm, implacable. "I do not lie. Snow White is gone. You are fairest." The queen exhaled slowly, her lips curling into a smile, but her heart still thudded with unease. She told herself it was nonsense, that the world clung to the memory of a dead girl because they feared her power. And yet, in her dreams, she began to see Snow White's face, serene, unaging, shining through glass. She would wake sweating, her hands trembling as though she had been caught in the act of murder once more. Meanwhile, the prince's vigil continued. One autumn night, as the wind swept leaves across the clearing, he spoke softly to Snow White. "I wonder if you dream. Do you wander in meadows of light? Do you hear my voice when I speak? If I believed you could, I would never stop talking." He rested his hand against the glass. "I have been told to return home, to marry another, to take up my crown. But how could I? You are here. My heart is here. Until you wake, or until I die, I belong beside you." His devotion drew not only sympathy, but envy. Knights who came to the forest shook their heads. "Foolish," they muttered, "to waste one's youth on a corpse." Yet even they could not deny the strange aura that clung to Snow White. For all their cynicism, they found themselves staring too long, caught by the illusion that her chest might rise, that her lips might part with a sigh. The dwarfs, though still mourning, began to take some comfort in the prince's presence. "At least she is not alone," one said. "At least someone watches over her when we cannot." And so the legend grew, carried across lands and seas, until Snow White became less a maiden and more a myth. Songs were sung of her beauty,
poems written of her fate. Minstrels plucked their lutes and told of the queen's jealousy, of the poisoned apple, of the glass coffin where the maiden slept untouched by time. And in every telling, her story became grander, her innocence purer, her beauty more radiant. She was no longer just Snow White. She was the sleeping maiden, the eternal bride, the rose of the forest. And still she did not stir. The prince leaned against the coffin one winter's night, his breath misting the glass. He whispered, "If love alone could wake you, you would have opened your eyes long ago. But perhaps love is not enough. Perhaps you wait for something else, something none of us can see." He closed his eyes and let the snow fall silently around him. Snow White lay unchanged, but the air seemed to thrum with possibility, as though the world itself held its breath. The tale was not yet finished.
Winter receded, and the forest stirred awake again. Birds sang from high branches, streams trickled with the rush of thaw, and shoots of green broke through damp soil. Yet at the heart of the woods, in that eternal clearing, one thing never changed. Snow White lay still within her coffin, as pristine as the day she was placed there. The glass gleamed in the sunlight, her skin glowed faintly against the darkness of the forest, and each season seemed to circle around her like a wheel that never touched its center. But though the girl slept, the world beyond her coffin did not. Her story, like a seed carried on the wind, spread far beyond the forest, rooting itself in places the dwarfs could never have imagined. It was told by shepherds to children tending flocks, by sailors on the decks of ships as the stars turned overhead, by priests in hushed tones when speaking of purity preserved against evil. Her tale escaped the confines of her coffin, and in doing so, it grew into something larger than even her life had been. Travelers arrived more often now, not merely wandering pilgrims, but nobles, merchants, and storytellers who had heard whispers of the sleeping maiden preserved in glass. They came with curiosity, reverence, or envy, but all left with awe. Some brought flowers to lay beside the coffin, their petals curling against the unchanging beauty inside. Others brought trinkets, charms, or even coins, as if they could buy favor from the girl who lay between life and death. The dwarves, though wary, allowed it, so long as the visitors came with quiet hearts and did not disturb the sanctity of her rest. The prince remained steadfast among them all. He became a fixture of the clearing, his presence as constant as the wind through the trees. He spoke to her every morning, every evening, weaving stories of the world beyond, of kingdoms rising and falling, of battles won and lost, of fields blooming with wheat and barley. He told her of his own heart too, how it beat heavier with each passing season, how he longed for her to open her eyes even once, just once, so he might see their color. "Sometimes I wonder," he murmured one twilight, as the first stars appeared overhead, "if you are more powerful asleep than I could ever be awake. The world bends itself around you. Songs are sung in your name. Even queens tremble at the thought of you. And all you do is sleep." He laughed softly, shaking his head. "Perhaps that is your magic. You do nothing, and yet you are remembered. I do everything, and I am already forgotten." And he was not wrong. Word of the sleeping maiden reached his own kingdom at last, and though his family despaired at his absence, they too could not resist the enchantment of the tale. His mother, the queen, wrote letters filled with sorrowful pleas for him to return. His father, the king, wrote sterner ones, demanding he abandon his vigil. But the prince ignored them all, and so the story grew. Songs turned to ballads, ballads to plays, and soon Snow White's tale was told not only around firesides, but in the courts of kings. Each telling altered slightly, embroidered with new details. Some said she had been struck by lightning and preserved by angels. Others claimed she was a daughter of the moon, punished for loving the sun. Still others whispered she was not asleep at all, but listening, waiting, testing the world's patience before she chose to rise. And always,
At the heart of every version, there was the queen, the shadow behind the coffin. Her cruelty was spoken of with venom, her jealousy with scorn. She became a villain in every tongue, her name cursed by those who never met her. And though she tried to ignore these stories, they seeped into her court, carried by courtiers, servants, even her own advisors. Whispers followed her wherever she walked. At first the queen raged. Lies, she spat, pacing before her mirror. Stories told by peasants who know nothing. I am fairest, the mirror has told me. I am fairest. She demanded loyalty from her subjects, punished those who repeated the tale, and swore that Snow White was dead, long buried in the earth. Yet the more she denied, the stronger the story grew. Denial, it seemed, only fed the legend.
At last she turned again to her mirror, her eyes sharp with suspicion. "Mirror, mirror on the wall," she demanded, her voice a whip. "Who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror shimmered, reluctant. "You are fairest, O Queen," it said, its voice low. But she was not satisfied. "Speak truth, or I will shatter you," she hissed. The mirror pulsed once, twice, as though straining. Then it spoke. "Snow White lies in a coffin of glass. She is not dead. She is not alive. And though she sleeps, her beauty surpasses yours. She is fairest." The queen staggered back, her breath sharp in her throat. "Impossible," she whispered. "I killed her. I saw her fall." Her hands trembled as she gripped the edge of her vanity. She should be gone. She should be gone. But the mirror did not answer. From that day, the queen's peace crumbled. She could not sleep without seeing Snow White's face. She could not eat without tasting ashes in her mouth. She could not walk her halls without imagining whispers at her back. The mirror had undone her once more, and jealousy grew in her heart like a weed strangling all else. Meanwhile, in the forest, life around the coffin seemed strangely heightened. Animals gathered near, foxes and deer resting quietly beside the dwarfs as though they too kept vigil. Birds sang sweeter when the prince spoke, and at night owls circled above, their eyes glinting like watchful stars. The forest seemed to lean inward, holding its breath, waiting for something. One evening, a storm swept across the land. Rain lashed the trees, thunder cracked overhead, and lightning split the sky. The dwarfs huddled in their cottage, yet the prince refused to abandon the coffin. He stood drenched, cloak plastered to his shoulders, his hand pressed against the glass. "If you hear me," he whispered through the storm, "if you feel even a flicker, know that I will not leave you. Not tonight, not ever." The storm raged and then passed, leaving the clearing washed clean. The coffin gleamed beneath the moonlight, droplets sliding down its sides like tears. Snow White lay unchanged, but something in the air felt different, charged with a promise unspoken. The prince could not explain it, but he felt it in his bones. The story was nearing its turning point. Fate was circling closer, drawing threads together in silence. He pressed his forehead against the coffin, closing his eyes. "Hold on," he whispered. "If there is a way back, I will find it. If love has power, it will be yours. If not, then let me stay by your side until the end of time." And with that vow, he remained faithful, patient, waiting for the moment when glass would shatter and breath would return, and the world would know that stories, once begun, never truly end. The queen no longer resembled the radiant woman she had once been. In the great halls of her castle, she glided like a shadow, her face sharp with bitterness, her eyes fever bright with envy. Servants bowed lower than ever, not out of respect, but from fear of her gaze. For when her eyes fell upon them, it was as though she were stripping them bare, measuring them against an unseen rival only she could see. And always, in her chambers, the mirror stood waiting, its silver surface gleaming with a truth she could neither silence nor escape. At first, she tried to bargain with it. "Tell me she is gone," she whispered in the dead of night. "Tell me she is nothing but a whisper in the trees. Tell me I am still the fairest." The mirror, loyal to its curse, repeated the words that twisted her heart. Snow White still lies in her coffin of glass, untouched by time, unbroken by death, and she is fairer than you. Rage consumed her. She paced her chamber like a caged animal, her mind spinning with ways to destroy what remained of the girl. If she sleeps, then I must wake her only to kill her again. If she lives, then I must end her life with my own hand. No disguise, no poisoned gift, no hired huntsman. This time, she swore, it would be her alone. The thought gave her a cruel satisfaction, but it also burned her with dread. For though she hated Snow White with all her soul, there was something in the girl's survival that frightened her. It was unnatural, as though fate itself defied her will. While the queen stewed in her palace, the forest beyond her kingdom thrived under the strange, eternal spell of the coffin. Seasons rolled past, but the clearing seemed immune to decay. Flowers grew brighter there, trees thicker, the air fresher. It was as though Snow White's slumber had drawn a circle of protection around her, one the world itself respected. And within that circle, the prince kept his vigil, speaking softly of all the things she was missing, pouring years of devotion into words that might never be heard. The dwarfs, though grateful for his loyalty, worried for him. "It is not right for a man to bind his life to a dream," one said, stroking his long beard. "She is gone, even if her face denies it." But another, gentler, shook his head. "And yet, is it not love to keep faith when hope has withered? Perhaps the prince sees something we cannot. Perhaps she listens, even if her eyes remain closed." And in truth, perhaps Snow White did hear. Though her lips never parted, though her chest never rose, there were nights when the forest seemed to hush around her, as though listening for her answer. The glass coffin held her, yes, but it did not silence her presence. It only amplified it, until her very stillness became a kind of voice, a song without words that reached into every corner of the land. It was this song that finally pulled the queen from her castle. She could no longer endure the whispers, the songs, the growing legend of the girl she had tried so hard to erase. She cloaked herself in darkness, mounted her horse, and rode into the woods alone.
Her attendants watched her go with wide eyes, daring not to ask questions, but each of them suspected where she was headed. The queen's obsession had become an open wound, bleeding into every word, every gesture. She rode for days, following no path but her own hatred, until the forest closed around her. Trees loomed tall and heavy, their branches clawing at the sky. Roots twisted across her horse's path, and shadows deepened until she seemed swallowed by night, though the sun still shone somewhere far away. At last, she came upon the clearing. There it was, the coffin of glass, resting like a jewel in the heart of the woods. Snow White lay inside, unchanged, her face soft as moonlight, her lips red as roses. And beside her, the prince, his cloak wrapped around his shoulders, sat as though carved from stone. For a moment, the queen could not breathe. The sight of her enemy, still, serene, impossibly alive, struck her harder than any blade. Hatred flared, but beneath it pulsed something stranger, fear. For she saw in Snow White not only beauty, but endurance, the kind that no poison could weaken, no dagger could pierce. She saw in her the power of stories, of innocence preserved by the world itself. And the queen realized, with horror, that she was losing not just her title of fairest, but her very grasp on reality.
The prince stood when he saw her, his hand resting instinctively on the hilt of his sword. "Stay back," he warned, his voice low but steady. "This place is not for you." The queen's lips curled into a smile, brittle as ice. "So the tale is true. You waste your life beside a corpse. How noble. How pathetic." She stepped closer, her eyes glinting. "Do you not see, boy? She is not alive. She is a shell, a memory. You chase a ghost." The prince's jaw tightened. "And yet, this ghost is worth more than your crown, your power, your lies. I would spend a lifetime here for one breath from her lips." The queen laughed, sharp and cruel. "Then you are more a fool than I thought. If beauty enchants you so, then gaze upon me. I am alive, and I am still fairer than she." But even as she said the words, she knew them to be false. For the prince did not waver, did not even glance her way. His eyes were fixed only on Snow White, and in that gaze, the queen saw her defeat. No crown, no spell, no mirror could restore what she had lost. Rage overtook her. With a cry, she rushed forward, hands raised to shatter the glass coffin. The prince moved to stop her, and in the struggle, the coffin shifted. It slid from its stand, toppled, and struck the ground. The glass splintered with a sound like thunder, shards scattering into the grass. And then, a gasp. It was soft, barely more than a whisper, but it silenced the clearing. Snow White's chest rose, her lips parted. A cough shook her body, fragile and weak, and yet filled with the unmistakable spark of life. The prince fell to his knees, tears spilling freely as he gathered her in his arms. "Snow White," he whispered, his voice trembling. "You're awake. You're here." Her eyes fluttered open, slow as dawn breaking. They met his, uncertain at first, then warm, as though she had known him all along. "I dreamed," she murmured, her voice thin.
I dreamed I was lost, but you were there. You kept calling, and I followed. The dwarfs rushed from their cottage, their cries of joy ringing through the trees. Birds took flight, their wings scattering sunlight. The forest itself seemed to exhale, as though releasing a breath it had held for years. And the queen? She stood frozen, her hands trembling, her face pale with horror. This was not possible. She had poisoned the girl, destroyed her, silenced her. Yet here she was, alive, more radiant than ever, her very presence shattering the queen's illusions. "No," the queen whispered. "No, this cannot be." She turned, fleeing into the trees, her cloak whipping behind her. But the forest did not welcome her. Roots tangled at her feet, branches clawed her hair, thorns tore her skin. The woods, it seemed, had chosen their side. Snow White, weak but breathing, leaned against the prince, her hand resting in his. She did not speak of vengeance nor of fear. She only gazed at the world around her, the sunlight streaming through the canopy, the friends who had waited so long, the man who had never left her side. Life, fragile and precious, was hers again. And in that moment, she was more than fairest. She was alive. The story had turned, the coffin was gone, the slumber broken. But this was not the end. No, this was only the beginning of what would follow. The reckoning of the queen, the journey back to the world beyond the forest, and the question of what kind of future could grow from such a tale of death and return.
The forest had grown hushed, as though it too were holding its breath after the shattering of the coffin. The splinters of glass lay glittering like fallen stars around the clearing, catching sunlight and fractured rainbows. Snow White's breath rose and fell, steady now, though faint with the fragility of a flower just beginning to bloom again after winter's frost. The dwarfs circled her, their eyes wide, their faces streaked with tears they could not quite believe. Each one reached for her hand, her hair, her shoulder, as though to confirm with touch what their eyes still doubted. "Alive," whispered the eldest, stroking his beard in awe. "She breathes, she speaks. The gods themselves must have intervened." The prince held her gently, reluctant to release her even for an instant. For years, his devotion had been poured into a vigil without hope, and now that it had borne fruit, he trembled with the enormity of it. He kissed her forehead, his voice low but clear. "You return to me. I will never let you go again." Snow White stirred, her lashes flickering as though she had awoken from the longest dream. "I remember voices," she murmured. "I remember shadows and whispers, but through it all, I heard yours. You called me back." Her fingers brushed against his cheek, soft as the wing of a moth. I followed. The dwarfs broke into cries of joy, their voices echoing through the trees. Birds answered from above, their songs bursting forth as if rehearsed for this very moment. Even the breeze shifted, warmer, carrying with it the fragrance of wildflowers and fresh earth. The forest was alive again, vibrant, as though celebrating with them. But joy did not erase the shadow that had just fled into the trees. The queen, stumbling deeper into the woods, clutched her cloak around her. Her heart pounded in panic, her breath ragged. She could not believe what she had witnessed, yet her eyes had betrayed her with the truth. Snow White lived, fairer than ever, loved beyond reason, and nothing could undo it. Her thoughts churned as she ran. It was the coffin, she told herself, gasping. Yes, the coffin.
some trick of enchantment. She will fade again. She must. But the words rang hollow. For the first time in her life, the queen felt not just envy, but terror. Her power had faltered. Her plans, so meticulous and cruel, had failed. Back in the clearing, the prince helped Snow White rise to her feet. She wavered, her legs weak from years of stillness, but the dwarves steadied her on either side. Their small hands, calloused from work, gripped her firmly, their faces glowing with devotion. "You've returned to us," said one, his voice breaking. "We never stopped watching, never stopped guarding you." Snow White smiled faintly, her lips pale but radiant. "And I felt you near, even in my dreams. You kept me safe." She turned her gaze toward the shattered coffin. The sight of it seemed to sober her, as though reminding her of all she had endured. Her reflection no longer stared back at her from the glass, only the fragments of a prison that had both preserved and silenced her. The prince lifted one of the shards and let it gleam in the light. "This cage is broken," he said, casting it aside. "Your life is your own again." But the dwarves shifted uneasily. One of them muttered, "So long as the queen lives, none of us are safe. She will not rest, she will not stop." The prince met Snow White's eyes. In them he saw no fear, only a quiet resolve. "Then we will not hide any more," he said firmly. "We will face her, together."
And so they prepared to leave the clearing. Snow White leaned on the prince, her strength slowly returning with each breath. The dwarves gathered their tools and trinkets, determined to follow wherever she went. The forest seemed to guide them, the trees parting gently, the path clear, as though the world itself wished to see her restored to her rightful place. Meanwhile, the queen stumbled deeper into the woods. The further she fled, the darker the forest grew. The trees twisted overhead, their branches forming a cage. Roots writhed beneath her feet, catching her ankles, pulling her down. She tore free, her gown snagging, her crown tumbling into the dirt. Without it, she looked less like a monarch and more like a desperate woman chased by her own sins. Her breath rasped, her mind reeled. "It cannot end like this," she whispered. "I am the queen. I am the fairest. I will not be undone." She stumbled into a clearing, her legs giving way beneath her. Collapsing onto the moss, she clawed at the earth with her hands. The mirror's voice rang in her memory, cruel and mocking. "Snow White is fairer than you." Again and again the words struck her, hammering cracks into her sanity. In her delirium, she thought she heard whispers rising from the trees. Shadows circled her, indistinct but unmistakable. Faces twisted in judgment, eyes gleaming with disdain. Were they spirits of the forest, or the memories of those she had wronged? The queen could not tell. She only knew she was not alone, and that the very air seemed to accuse her. She screamed, her voice shattering the stillness. Birds fled from the treetops, scattering like fragments of her own fractured soul. Her cry carried far, echoing through the woods, until it reached the ears of those she had left behind. Snow White stopped, her head tilting. "Do you hear it?" she asked softly. The prince nodded grimly. The dwarves exchanged glances, fear flickering across their faces. "It is her," one said. "The forest itself is closing in on her." They pressed onward, their pace quickening. Snow White, though still weak, insisted on continuing. "She is not only my stepmother," she said quietly. "She is the shadow that haunted all of us.
I must face her. We all must. The path curved sharply, and soon they emerged into the clearing where the queen knelt, wild-eyed and trembling. Her gown was torn, her hair tangled, her hands streaked with dirt and blood. She looked nothing like the regal figure she had once been. Instead, she was a woman unraveling, consumed by her own fury. When she saw them, her eyes widened, and she let out a bitter laugh. "So the dead rise to mock me. Do you come to gloat, Snow White, to flaunt your cursed beauty before me?" Snow White stepped forward, her voice calm, steady. "I come only to live, to be free of your hatred. But you chained yourself to envy, and it has devoured you." The queen shrieked, clawing at the air. "Do not speak to me of chains. You stole everything. My place, my title, my very reason to exist." She lunged forward, her hands grasping for Snow White's throat. The prince moved swiftly, intercepting her, holding her back with iron strength. But before he could strike, the forest itself intervened. The ground trembled, roots surging upward to bind the queen's limbs. Branches bent low, wrapping around her like a living prison. She thrashed, screamed, tore at them, but the woods held firm, unyielding. Her cries grew hoarse, her body weak from struggle. At last, she slumped forward, her voice reduced to a rasp. "I am the queen. I am the fairest." But the words carried no weight now, no power. They were only the hollow echoes of a reign built on vanity and cruelty. Snow White looked upon her, her heart heavy. She did not speak of vengeance, she only whispered, "May you find peace, stepmother, even if it is far from here." The forest, it seemed, heeded her words. The branches tightened once more, then slowly drew the queen into the shadows. When they released, she was gone, swallowed into the heart of the woods. Whether she lived or perished, no one could say. She became one more story whispered among the trees, a warning etched into the roots of the land. Silence returned. The prince exhaled, his grip on Snow White tightening, as though to reassure himself she was truly safe. The dwarves, weary yet relieved, bowed their heads. Snow White, her face pale but resolute, turned to them. "It is over," she said softly. "Not because she has fallen, but because I have risen. The shadow has passed." And with that, they left the clearing, the coffin broken, the queen vanished, and the future theirs to claim. The forest, alive with birdsong and sunlight, seemed to bless their steps. And though the path ahead was uncertain, Snow White's journey was no longer one of fear, but of renewal. For sometimes, the fairest thing in the world is not beauty untouched, but life restored after the long night has broken.
The forest, once a place of fear and concealment, seemed now to breathe differently. The leaves swayed as though applauding, the birds sang melodies that rang brighter, and the paths that had once wound in confusing tangles now opened like ribbons of gold beneath the soft daylight. Snow White walked slowly between the dwarfs and the prince, her steps careful but steady, as though every pace forward stitched her more firmly into the realm of the living. For so long she had been trapped, first by the queen's malice, then by the still prison of the coffin, that even the simple act of walking felt miraculous. Each breeze that brushed her cheek, each rustle of leaves above, carried with it a richness she had nearly forgotten. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her heart beat strong, insistent, a rhythm that declared she was here, she was alive, and she was no longer bound by silence. The dwarfs clustered close, unable to keep their eyes from her. They had guarded her with tireless devotion, pouring their days and nights into protecting a fragile hope that now stood walking among them once more. Their joy, however, was tempered by caution. Though the queen had been swallowed by the forest's judgment, they knew well that evil never disappeared entirely. It seeped into shadows, into whispers, into memories that lingered long after the deed was done. The prince, his arm wrapped firmly around Snow White's, guided her with care. His eyes remained sharp, scanning the woods as though danger might spring from every hollow. Yet, beneath the tension, his expression softened each time he looked at her. His life, long shadowed by yearning, was suddenly filled with light. He had not merely dreamed of her revival, he had willed it, and the gods, or fate, or some power beyond comprehension, had granted his plea. "Do you feel strong enough to continue?" he asked gently as they reached a sunlit clearing. Snow White nodded. "The earth holds me, the air carries me. I feel as though I am part of the forest now, not hiding from it, but moving with it." Her words were quiet, but the conviction in them stirred those who heard. The dwarfs exchanged nods. "Then we go forward," said the eldest. "The world beyond the trees must see what we have seen, that beauty can rise again, that cruelty does not rule forever." Together they pressed onward, and as they did, the forest seemed to shift from wilderness to pathway, from trial to passage. The streams they crossed sparkled, reflecting Snow White's face with a clarity that felt like a blessing. The stones beneath their feet glowed faintly in the sunlight, smooth as though worn by countless stories before theirs. It was not long before the trees began to thin, revealing distant hills that rolled like gentle waves. Beyond them, faint but unmistakable, lay the outlines of towers, spires reaching skyward, banners catching the wind. The prince's homeland awaited, a place of bustling courts and watchful eyes, of celebration and suspicion, of both promise and peril. The sight stirred Snow White, though not entirely with joy. For the first time since awakening, a shadow of doubt crossed her heart. "I have been gone so long. Will they know me still? Or will I seem a ghost returned?"
The prince drew her close. "You are not a ghost. You are my heart returned to me, and whether they doubt or believe, I will stand beside you. The kingdom will learn what I already know, that your story is not one of death, but of life." The dwarfs added their own assurances, though with gruff practicality. "If anyone questions," one said, "we'll tell them how we watched over you, how the queen deceived you, how the forest itself cast judgment. Truth has roots, and lies cannot cut them all." Snow White smiled faintly. Their words were comfort, though she knew that truth alone was rarely enough to still gossip or envy. Still, she pressed on. As they journeyed, their path wound through meadows alive with wildflowers. Bees hummed busily, their wings glinting in the light, while butterflies rose in soft clouds, dancing as though to welcome her. Snow White paused to touch the petals of a bloom, marveling at its delicate form. "For years I dreamed of colors, but none in dreams were so bright as this." The prince, watching her, felt a swell of pride and tenderness.
He thought not only of her beauty, but of her endurance, how she had faced betrayal, poison, and silence, yet stood now as living proof that hope could defy despair. When night began to fall, they camped near a gentle stream. The dwarves built a small fire, its glow flickering warmly against the encroaching dark. Snow White sat beside the prince, the crackle of flames lulling her into a calm she had not felt in years. Yet even in peace, her thoughts drifted toward the queen. "Do you think she is gone?" she asked quietly. The prince's gaze remained fixed on the fire. Perhaps the forest claimed her, perhaps she wanders still. But even if she lives, her power is broken. She cannot harm you now. Snow White lowered her eyes. Hatred like hers never truly dies. It lingers, but I will not let it chain me again. I have been caged too long. Her voice, though soft, carried a weight that silenced the group. The dwarves bowed their heads in respect, and even the prince regarded her with renewed awe. She was no longer only the innocent maiden they had sought to protect. She had walked through death's shadow and returned, tempered by suffering, radiant with a strength that no mirror could measure. The night deepened. Stars emerged overhead, scattering across the sky like diamonds flung from a celestial hand. Snow White lay back against the grass, her eyes tracing constellations she barely remembered. In them she saw not just distant fires, but stories etched by gods and mortals alike. Each one was a reminder that life, even when marred by sorrow, could be transformed into something enduring. The prince lay beside her, his hand clasping hers. "Tomorrow," he said softly, "we will reach the castle. Tomorrow you will stand before the kingdom." Snow White turned her gaze toward him, her eyes reflecting starlight. "And tomorrow we will begin not with fear, but with truth." The dwarves, gathered around the fire, hummed softly to themselves, old tunes passed down through their kin. The notes rose and fell, blending with the night sounds of the forest, the whisper of leaves, the murmur of the stream, the distant hoot of an owl. It was a lullaby not meant to banish sorrow, but to weave it into something gentle, something bearable. Snow White's eyelids grew heavy, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she surrendered willingly to sleep. Not the cursed stillness of the coffin, but the tender rest of one who knows she will wake again. As she drifted, the prince watched her, his heart at peace. Tomorrow held challenges, but tonight was theirs, a quiet pause between shadow and dawn, a moment carved from eternity where love had triumphed over envy and life had broken free from glass. The forest, the meadows, the stars above all seemed to agree. And so, beneath their watchful gaze, Snow White slept while the world prepared to hear her story anew. Morning broke with a hush of gold across the forest. The first rays of light spilled gently over the treetops, reaching down into the meadow where Snow White and her companions had slept. Birds began to stir, their songs ringing clear in the stillness, and the stream nearby shimmered like liquid silver. The dwarfs, always early risers, were already bustling about, tidying the camp, murmuring to one another in their low, earthy voices. Snow White awoke slowly, her eyes fluttering open to a sky washed in soft pink. For a moment, she simply lay there, letting the sunlight warm her face, savoring the feeling of waking to life rather than imprisonment. She touched the grass beside her, dewy and cool, and whispered a silent thanks to the world for granting her another dawn. The prince leaned over, smiling as he saw her stir. "Good morning," he said softly, his voice filled with warmth. Snow White returned the smile, her lips curving gently. "It feels strange," she admitted, to wake beneath the open sky after so long behind glass. Everything feels new, as though I have stepped into a world I had only dreamed of. The prince brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. It is your world, Snow White, and today we return you to it fully. The dwarfs gathered round, offering fruit they had foraged, berries glistening with morning dew, and nuts cracked open with their clever hands. They urged her to eat, their eyes twinkling with a mixture of pride and protectiveness. She accepted their gifts with gratitude, savoring the sweet and tart flavors that reminded her how alive she truly was. Once the camp was packed and their small fire doused, the company set off again. The forest, which had seemed endless for so long, began to thin more noticeably now. Trees stood further apart, giving way to rolling hills draped in soft grass and dotted with wildflowers. The path widened, smoother beneath their feet, as though guiding them directly toward their destination. Snow White walked at the prince's side, her steps steady, though her heart fluttered. With every hill they crested, the distant silhouette of the castle grew clearer. Towers pierced the sky like watchful sentinels, their stone faces catching the morning light. Banners fluttered faintly in the breeze, their colors too far to discern, but promising the presence of life, of people, of all the eyes that would soon turn upon her. The sight stirred a storm of emotions within her. Hope rose bright, but so too did unease. She slowed, her gaze lingering on the distant stronghold. "What will they think when they see me?" she asked, her voice quiet. The prince squeezed her hand. "They will see a princess returned. They will see courage in your eyes and kindness in your heart. Whatever whispers may stir, truth will silence them. You are no specter of the past, Snow White. You are their future." The dwarfs, trudging loyally behind, added their own reassurances. One muttered, "If they don't believe, we'll set them straight." Another grumbled, "And if they doubt, let them try lifting that coffin. They'll see soon enough she was worth guarding." Snow White laughed softly, the sound like bells across the meadow. Their gruff devotion eased her heart. She drew strength from their presence, from the prince's certainty, and from the gentle embrace of the world around her. As the sun climbed higher, they approached the outer fields that bordered the kingdom. Farmers bent to their work looked up in surprise as the unusual company passed. 7 dwarves with tools slung across their backs, a tall prince in fine, though travel-worn clothes, and beside him a young woman whose beauty seemed touched by something otherworldly. Word spread swiftly, carried on whispers and shouts, until villagers left their tasks and hurried to the roadside to catch a glimpse. Snow White felt their stares press upon her, curious, skeptical, awestruck. She kept her head high, though inside her heart beat like a drum. The prince walked with confidence, acknowledging the people with nods and smiles. Soon enough, the murmurs swelled into cries of wonder. "Is it her?" one woman gasped. "Snow White, alive!" another exclaimed. "Returned from death itself," someone whispered, crossing themselves.
Children ran ahead, pointing toward the castle gates, their voices carrying the news faster than any messenger. By the time Snow White and her companions reached the great bridge that spanned the moat, a crowd had gathered. The gates stood open, guards watching with astonishment as the prince led his company across. Inside the courtyard, nobles and servants alike poured forth, their faces a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and reverence. Some gasped aloud when they saw her, others fell silent, their eyes wide as though witnessing a miracle. The prince guided Snow White gently into the open space, his hands steady at her back. A hush fell. Then, from the steps of the great hall, the king and queen, his parents, appeared.
Regal and grave, they descended slowly, their eyes fixed upon the young woman who stood beside their son. "Father, mother," the prince said, bowing deeply, "I bring before you Snow White, princess and rightful heir, whom envy and deceit sought to destroy but could not. She lives by grace and by truth, and I swear upon my life that she is as real as the ground upon which we stand." Snow White curtsied low, her voice steady, though her heart raced. "Your Majesties, I am honored to stand before you. I was lost, but now I am returned. And if you will have me, I shall serve and honor this kingdom with all that I am." The king's eyes searched hers, as though seeking truth in her gaze. At length he nodded, his stern face softening. "We had heard whispers," he said slowly, "but whispers are not always trustworthy. Yet looking at you now, I see no ghost, no shadow. I see life, fragile, radiant, undeniable. Rise, child." The queen stepped forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She took Snow White's hands gently in her own. "You are welcome here," she said. "No matter what darkness pursued you, it has no place within these walls. From this day, you are under our protection, as one of our own." Snow White's chest swelled with relief, her eyes stinging with tears she had held back for too long. The prince squeezed her hand in silent triumph, and the dwarfs let out a cheer that echoed across the courtyard, rough voices breaking the solemn air with raw joy. The people, sensing the shift, began to cheer as well. The courtyard filled with shouts of celebration, with the clapping of hands and the stamping of feet. Snow White stood tall among them, her heart steady now. She had feared rejection, doubt, suspicion, but instead she had found welcome, not only from the prince and his family, but from the people who would soon call her their princess. That night, the castle was alive with celebration. Torches blazed along the walls, casting golden light across the stone. Tables groaned with food and drink, music filled the halls, and laughter echoed late into the night. Yet through it all, Snow White remained thoughtful. She danced with the prince, her steps graceful though tentative after so long in stillness. She laughed with the dwarves, who found themselves treated as honored guests for the first time in their lives. She smiled at the people who approached with reverence to see the princess who had defied death. But in quiet moments, she slipped to the balconies, gazing out at the forest that loomed in the distance. Its shadows stirred old memories, old fears. She knew the queen's end had been cruel, perhaps fitting, but even so, shadows lingered. Evil never vanished. It waited. And though her story now seemed to bend toward joy, she vowed never to forget the lessons carved into her by sorrow. For now, though, she allowed herself peace. She leaned against the prince as the night wore on, her heart finally settling. She had been hunted, poisoned, entombed, but she had risen and she had returned. The kingdom had welcomed her, and with them she could begin anew. The stars shone overhead, bright and eternal, as though bearing witness to her triumph. The forest whispered beyond, no longer a place of terror, but of memory, a reminder of what had been overcome. And Snow White, at last, felt not only alive but free.
The great halls of the castle glowed with warmth deep into the night, as if the very stones themselves rejoiced at the return of Snow White. Long tables stretched from wall to wall, heavy with platters of roasted meats, loaves of golden bread, bowls of ripe fruit, and flagons of sweet wine. Candles flickered in tall iron sconces, their light mingling with the dancing flames of the hearth. Musicians played soft but lively tunes on lutes and flutes, their melodies weaving through the laughter and chatter like threads of gold in a tapestry. Snow White sat beside the prince at the high table, her place of honor undeniable.
Yet she could not help but turn her gaze often to the dwarfs, who occupied a special place near the dais. Never before had they known such attention. Servants hurried to refill their cups, nobles approached to offer thanks for their guardianship, and children giggled shyly as they asked questions about their life in the mountains. The dwarfs, usually so reserved and hidden away, blushed beneath the attention, their rough hands fidgeting with their cups, their eyes darting nervously from one stranger to another. But slowly, warmth won over discomfort, and soon they were laughing, telling stories of their mining adventures, and even singing a gruff but heartfelt song that echoed through the rafters. Snow White's heart swelled at the sight. These companions who had sheltered her, who had grieved at her stillness, now basked in joy and recognition. For so long they had been dismissed as curious oddities, creatures of the forest, spoken of in whispers, but rarely welcomed into the grand spaces of men. Now, for one night at least, they were honored, celebrated, and loved. The prince raised his glass, his voice carrying over the hum of voices. "To Snow White," he declared, his tone ringing with pride, "who has shown that kindness is stronger than envy, and that light endures even through the darkest night." The crowd lifted their cups, their voices rising in unison. "To Snow White." Snow White blushed, lowering her gaze, but her smile glowed all the same. She had never sought glory. She had never dreamed of banquets or songs sung in her honor. Yet in that moment, surrounded by love and celebration, she felt a new strength take root in her heart. Perhaps her life was no longer just about surviving cruelty. Perhaps it was about giving hope to others, about reminding them that goodness could outlast even the sharpest poison. The night wore on, filled with music, food, and laughter. But as the candles burned low and the stars wheeled overhead, the revelry softened. Nobles drifted away to their chambers, servants cleared the tables, and the great hall slowly emptied until only a few lingered near the fire. Snow White, her head resting lightly against the prince's shoulder, felt her eyes grow heavy. Yet even in her drowsiness, she noticed the dwarfs exchanging glances, their expressions solemn beneath the lingering joy. The next morning, the castle stirred to life once more. The sun streamed through tall windows, spilling golden light across the floors. Birds sang from the towers, and the scent of bread baking filled the air. Snow White rose early, her heart full but restless. She dressed in a gown of soft blue, her hair braided simply, and made her way to the courtyard. There, she found the dwarfs waiting. They stood together, their belongings packed, their tools slung over their shoulders. Their eyes were warm, but there was a weight to their expressions that told her what she already feared. They were preparing to leave. "You're going?" she asked softly, her voice trembling despite her effort to steady it. The eldest dwarf nodded. "The forest is our home, Snow White. The mountains, the mines, the quiet streams, that is where we belong. We stayed to guard you. Story is done." Snow White stepped closer, her hands reaching for theirs. "No," she whispered, her eyes brimming with tears. "Your part will never be done. Without you, I would have been lost. Without you, I would never have found hope again. You are not just friends, you are family." The dwarves looked away, uncomfortable with such words, their rough faces reddening. One muttered, "We're no princes, no lords, just miners with dirty hands." Snow White shook her head firmly. "You are more noble than any I have ever known. Nobility is not measured in crowns or castles, but in loyalty, in kindness, in love freely given. And by that measure, you are greater than kings." The dwarves shifted uneasily, but their eyes shone with pride. The prince stepped forward then, his voice strong and respectful. "You will always have a place here, The castle doors will remain open to you and its hearths warm. If ever you wish to visit, you will be welcomed not as guests, but as heroes." The dwarves exchanged glances once more, and slowly they nodded. Though their hearts pulled them back to the forest, they accepted the prince's words with quiet gratitude. Snow White embraced each one in turn, her tears falling freely. She whispered words of thanks, promises never to forget, blessings for their journeys. The dwarves, unused to such displays, patted her back awkwardly, their own eyes misty despite themselves. At last the eldest spoke. "Remember, Snow White, the forest will always watch over you. Whenever you hear the wind in the trees or the murmur of a stream, know that we are thinking of you." Snow White smiled through her tears. "And whenever I see a star gleaming above the hills, I will think of you." With that, the dwarves turned, their small figures moving steadily toward the gates. The crowd that had gathered to watch parted respectfully, some bowing their heads, others offering shy waves. The dwarves did not linger, for they were not creatures of spectacle. They walked with steady steps, their boots striking the cobblestones, until the forest swallowed them once more. Snow White watched until they disappeared from sight, her heart aching with both sorrow and gratitude. She knew she might never see them again, not in this life. Yet their bond would endure, carried in memory, in story, and in the quiet strength they had gifted her. The prince placed his arm around her shoulders, guiding her gently back toward the castle. "They will always be with you," he murmured, "not in body, perhaps, but in spirit. And in time their story will be told alongside yours as part of the same tapestry." Snow White nodded, her tears drying in the morning sun. She felt the truth of his words. Already bards and storytellers would begin to weave the tale. The princess poisoned by envy, the coffin of glass, the dwarves who stood guard through long seasons, the prince who brought her back. It would be told and retold, shaped and reshaped, until children yet unborn would know her name. And perhaps, she thought, that was the true magic of stories. Not the spells or potions, not the curses or charms, but the way they endured, the way they carried love and hope across years and generations. That evening, when the sun dipped low and shadows stretched across the land, Snow White stood on the balcony once more. The forest lay quiet beyond the hills, its dark canopy vast and eternal. She listened to the whisper of the breeze, and in it she thought she heard faint voices, rough, kind, steady, bidding her farewell. She closed her eyes, letting the sound settle deep within her heart. Then she turned back toward the warmth of the castle, toward the prince waiting within, and toward the life that stretched ahead like a path she had only just begun to walk. Snow White's story had reached its end, yet also its beginning. She had passed through fear, sorrow, and stillness, and had risen again into love, hope, and life. And though the forest would always hold echoes of her past, the castle now held her future.
The castle settled into silence as the last embers of the day faded into night. High above, the stars emerged one by one, scattered like diamonds across a deep velvet sky. The moon drifted upward, pale and watchful, casting silver light over the turrets and walls. Inside the stone chambers, torches were dimmed, and the bustling rhythm of the day gave way to the hushed stillness of rest. Snow White sat at a wide window, gazing outward. Her gown of soft linen glowed faintly in the moonlight, her dark hair falling in waves across her shoulders. The prince had retired, his duties done. But she lingered a little longer, drawn to the quiet, to the cool breath of night that stirred the curtains.
She rested her chin against her hand and let her mind wander. So much had happened so swiftly. The poisoned apple, the glass coffin, the awakening kiss, the dwarf's farewell. It all lingered in her thoughts like fragments of a dream, both painful and wondrous. She felt as though she had lived two lives, one of danger and shadows, another of light and promise. The line between them was thin, almost invisible, yet it had carried her across the darkest gulf she had ever known. Her heart stirred with gratitude. Gratitude for the dwarfs, whose steadfast love had guarded her through seasons of sorrow. Gratitude for the prince, whose courage and kindness had drawn her back to life. And gratitude even for the forest itself, which had both tested and sheltered her. All of it, the beauty and the peril, the laughter and the tears, had shaped her into who she was now. The window was cool beneath her palms, and the world outside stretched wide and endless. Somewhere beyond those hills, the dwarfs were already making their way back to their hidden cottage. She imagined them crossing streams, their lanterns bobbing in the dark, their boots crunching over roots and moss. She pictured them settling back into their quiet routines, hammering at stone, drawing water from wells, sharing simple meals. Though far away, she felt close to them, as if their friendship reached across the distance like an invisible thread. Her eyelids grew heavier as she sat there, the hush of night pulling at her with gentle persistence. She let herself lean back, her head resting against the stone wall. The moon seemed to glow brighter, bathing her in calm light, wrapping her in a blanket of peace. Stories, she thought drowsily, were like the stars.
They guided, they comforted, they endured. Long after she and the dwarves and the prince were gone, their tale would remain, whispered from one voice to another, always carrying the same glimmer of hope, that goodness could outshine cruelty, that love could outlast sorrow. Snow White breathed slowly, deeply, the rhythm of sleep already stealing over her. In the distance, an owl called softly. The wind rustled through the forest leaves, carrying faint echoes of laughter, of pickaxes striking stone, of voices warm and steady. She smiled, her heart easing, and let her eyes close. The castle slept, the land slept, and so did Snow White. And now, as you lie here listening, you too can allow yourself to drift deeper into rest. You followed a long journey through forests and dangers, through loss and rebirth, through joy and farewell. You've walked the path with Snow White, and now that her story rests, so can you. Let your body grow still, heavier against your bed, sinking into comfort. Feel the last traces of tension fade from your shoulders, from your arms, from your legs. Each breath is slower, softer, like waves lapping at a shore. The day, with all its demands and noise, is far behind you now. There is nothing left to do, no tasks to finish, no worries to carry, only this moment, quiet and calm. Imagine yourself in the hush of that castle where every corridor glows softly in the moonlight and every chamber is steeped in peace. Picture the forest beyond, tall trees swaying gently under the stars, their branches whispering lullabies to the night. See the dwarves in their hidden cottage, their fire glowing warmly as they rest after long labor. See the prince, asleep beside Snow White, his hand resting gently over hers. All is well,
All is safe. The story has ended, but the peace it carries lingers. Let it cradle you, let it soften your thoughts, let it guide you toward dreams as gentle as a summer breeze. And as you drift, remember this. Every story, no matter how dark its beginning, carries within it the promise of light. Every ending is also a beginning. And in this quiet, in this stillness, you begin again too, rested, renewed, ready for tomorrow when it comes. But for now, there is nothing to do, nothing to think, nothing to strive for, only sleep. Sweet, deep, restful sleep. Close your eyes, slow your breathing, and let the night carry you away. Good night, sweet dreams.